I restarted OBS and it muted all my shit. I've been talking this whole fucking time. Welcome to the worst stream ever. Yeah, so OBS shit the bed, and I'm not sure why. And then I restarted OBS, and it muted everything. And now we live in this world. Thanks everyone who came back. I apologize for what the fuck. Subway Evil 7? That's fucked up. I used to work at Subway. And as a guy named Jared who worked at Subway, oh, let me tell you, it was not fun. Oh, what was I talking? Oh, I was talking about The Last of Us. Holy shit, Naughty Dog cut us down. Yo, censorship is real. It's happening right now. We are part of the conspiracy, guys. We're breaking the conditioning. Holy fuck. Yeah, Naughty Dog heard The Last of Us 2, and they're like, nah, we're not letting that fly. I wasn't even going to be mean. Oh, good, Shark Boy. You know what? I'm going to blame Shark Boy then. It was his fault. His internet took a shit, not mine. Okay, so it said... All right, so that was one in the living room. I need to find, like, another clock or something. So that's what I'm going to do. I didn't know who it was that already told me to look at the clock in the chat, but I trust you. I think you're right. Oh, yeah, okay, so I was talking about The Last of Us 2. That's what I was doing. Okay, we're back. Once again, if you haven't played The Last of Us 2, cover your ears, because this will kind of spoil things. What I think about what they did in The Last of Us 2, I'm only like 7 hours into it at this point, so I'm not super far, like maybe 6 or 7 hours. I just got to the second major area in the Seattle QZ. And I ended up meeting up with the guy who I slashed his face and killing him. So that's as far as I've been so far. And I will say, I don't see the anger and the hatred for it so far. I of course the story has plenty of time to shit the bed. I'm not seeing it though. So far it's been entertaining. I've enjoyed it. I don't really get where a lot of the hate's coming from. But you know, like I said, it could very well suck. This is a really cool moment too. Just like that music plays, you're finally out of the house. It really mirrors Resident Evil 1 when you get to the garden, the little on the way to the guardhouse. Like you just kind of like, oh fuck. Like we're outside. We have a different fucking... Oh, wait, why is this at 100 hertz? Interesting, huh? Maybe if we lock it to 60. I think we did this last time and it fucked it up. Let's see. Hopefully that's smoother as far as like the conversion goes for OBS. It feels smoother now. Okay, there we go. Anyways, so far I've actually enjoyed the story. I don't really get where a lot of the hate is coming from. I can see that there are people like, so I've heard the arguments, and the idea is, okay, there's a lot of like, there's a huge social justice bend with a lot of the elements in it. And I guess it's kind of there, but not in any kind of an egregious way. It's like including, I guess, gay characters and trans characters in and of itself, like it isn't an issue at all. I don't really think that that's like a big deal. But I can see why people would be kind of wary of, you know, Neil Druckmann in his internet presence has really ruined a lot of that game. Not so much by its own value, but just in him. Okay, maybe you shouldn't be fucking with that, Ethan. He with his bullshit opinions online, he's kind of like poisoned the well a little bit as far as that game goes. But I haven't found anything egregious that shoves any politics in my face. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just doesn't bother me. But I will say that I get what they did to Joel, because they kind of had to have it from a narrative standpoint. Let's just put it from a writing standpoint. you kind of have to have a moment where you pass the torch, right? And albeit cheaply done, killing the main character of the last game is a good way to do that. It's kind of a cheap, easy shorthand for I didn't really know what else to do to kill off the main character, but steroids? I have 3. Let's do steroids. I get why they did it. It kind of makes sense from a narrative perspective. I didn't like it because I really liked Joel as a character. He was tortured. He was stoic. He was a lot of things that I really enjoyed. But I also love Ellie, and what I see with the little bit that I played of The Last of Us 2 is Ellie's taking on a lot of Joel's mannerisms. She speaks very matter-of-factly now, whereas, when she was a kid and she was walking around with Joel, she was a kid. She was like, hey, look at this, I want to talk about everything. I'm kind of immature. I have these immature little quips to make and stuff like that. And that was understandable because she was a child at the time. And now that she's grown up, you can kind of see Joel's influence on her in the way that she speaks and the way that she, I don't know, just emotes and how kind of dead to the world she is. I think that's pretty cool. Let's do roids, lads. I thought the way they show off Ellie's sexuality was very tacky. I guess I could understand why you would see it that way. It didn't seem egregious to me personally, but I could. So a lot of times I think, hold on, I saw something real quick before we continue. Hey man, can't stick around because I'm tired as fuck, but I just want to say I love your content. Well, thanks so much, man. I love you. 32-bit gaming. 32-bit gambit. Sorry. I could see why you would say that. It's very easy, like I said, to be very weary of things like that, because nowadays people are more interested in convincing you of their worldview than they are telling you an interesting story, right? So it's not like I would damn you for being very wary of those kind of things. But in my opinion, I haven't seen anything that was very egregious or very in my face or very on the nose as far as her sexuality goes. She's a young girl and she found someone she finds attractive. And the apocalypse, if I was single and I wasn't married and I found someone attractive, I'd probably make a big deal about banging her. You know what I mean? I don't know. It didn't bother me at all. There was nothing about it that felt egregious to me. But I will say this. I think we talked about this the other night. I do not like Dina as a character. She seems like a perfect kind of Mary Sue type of thing, like just perfect for every situation. She has the right thing. I don't like the fact that here's a woman who slept with Ellie once, kissed her once, and now is ready to follow her to the ends of the earth based on a relationship that's not even 3 days old at this point. And even if we take into the account the fact that she was like infatuated with Ellie for the longest time, it's like, okay, you've only just now even expressed an inkling for wanting to do that with her, and now you're so in love with her that you're willing to follow her to your own doom. It's not, it doesn't do it for me. I think that was the most, not unrealistic in the sense that like that wouldn't happen in the real world. Unrealistic as in while I'm playing that, I go, oh, this is a stupid writing technique. That's like amateur hour shit. Whereas the original game I thought was written really well, and they put people into realistic situations. In the second one, it's more like a storybook, unrealistic type of scenario. It lost the gritty realism, and it tries to get it back by being brutal and gory and bloody. It just doesn't work, I don't think. It seems like they want us to care about that relationship just because we put a gay couple in the game. This is revolutionary, and not because they have actual chemistry. I think that there's some truth to that, yeah. It's you can't really assume intention a lot of times. That very well may not be the case, but you can look at something and kind of judge it by how you interpret and how it looks to you. And yeah, it does kind of feel that way a little bit. So I'm not going to put any meaning behind their words that they didn't themselves, but just judging it as a piece of media, it does fuck up that relationship. And that relationship so far, I don't know much about the game past where I've been. So far it's been a key factor in the development of the story, and it's not good. So that's an issue. And that has nothing to do with social justice or being gay. It has to do more with good writing, and I think the good writers kind of clocked out for The Last of Us 2. Yeah, watch me fuck all these fools up. They don't even know. It's time to get it. Well, they were friends for years. They were friends for years, and I do get that, but they've only become romantically involved with each other just now. And this may be my interpretation of the story, but I didn't get the we've been close friends, we've known each other very closely forever. She had a boyfriend and they kind of orbited each other's circles is the impression I got. That could be wrong though, for sure. Like I may have passed over some piece of dialogue that explains that. Yeah, we need to get the something that spits out flames. Some sort of flamethrower. No, I must disagree. Joel was his arc. As a character, he was nothing that interesting. It was his motivations that made him interesting. No, I don't think so. I think his stoicism in the face of great loss is what made him interesting. The fact that he was ready to, like, put his backpack on and just jump headfirst into another terrifying disaster so that he could protect someone, that's a pretty big character motivation, if you ask me. I don't think it was just what he was doing. I think it was his reaction to the situations he was facing, and it was his like steadfast way that he just put himself in danger to help someone that he didn't really know that well, but he had a kind of kinship to. Okay. Fine. I get it. So there is definitely something I can do for sure, right? There's some journal entries that explain Ellie had a thing for Dina much longer than the game has shown us. Oh, okay. Still, the chemistry they have now is the nervous chemistry of two people that don't really know each other very well personally. And that's coming from real life experience. You know, someone you're in love with, you're ready to die for, you don't typically go like, I don't know, what do you want? You know what I mean? Like, that's not the kind of shit that people do when they're deeply in love with each other and they're ready to sacrifice their lives for one another. But like I said, I haven't seen that journal entry, but I have to assume you're telling the truth and you're correct about that. And if that's the case, you know, that it makes sense. It just doesn't work in practice, I guess. Who else thought RE3 was a huge disappointment? Honestly, not me. I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed it. Okay, so what if I, like, maybe we can sneak by the insects, right? No, we can't. We can't do it. They chase us. Okay, so I guess that we're not hanging out in here very much more. Right? I assume. Now that you mentioned the issue of politics being shoved in games lately, are not military games political off the start? Maybe we see militarism as a normal thing, hence we don't notice it anymore. I think that's actually a good point. I think you could probably explain the militarism as making a good base for what could be an action game, and that makes your writing a lot easier, because if you've already expressed that, hey, these people are military types, then you don't need to explain why they all have great training with firearms and why they're running around in other people's countries, you know? But yeah, I think that's actually a solid point. We may be so desensitized to those military type games that we don't see them as political anymore. And I mean, they are telling a relatively... So I guess there's a big difference between telling a political story and making your story political. So in a Call of Duty game, they're telling a drama about politics, right? They're international relations. You're telling a drama about tragedy, about war. And that is inherently political, but the story isn't political. It is a story about politics. Whereas a lot of times people are upset with people pushing politics in video games because the story is politics. The story with the intention of the story isn't to engage the player and give them a reason from going to point A to point B. The point of the story is to reinforce and maybe justify a specific worldview And that can work if you weave it into a narrative skillfully. I don't think that a lot of writers nowadays do that. I think that they get really, really, really gung-ho about an issue, let's say trans rights. So they get very, very gung-ho about trans rights, which makes sense for someone to be gung-ho about, especially if they're trans. Like, those are your rights. So it makes sense that you'd be an advocate for those rights. But when you're writing a story, it can be really easy to jump to the first thing that's in your head, which would be trans rights. Instead of weaving trans rights into a narrative the same way, let's say, X-Men in the 80s and 90s did. I'm an 80s and 90s X-Men guy. So at the time, as a kid, I didn't know that X-Men was essentially an allegory for 1950s and 60s segregation, racism, the civil rights movement. I didn't know that because it was woven into the exposition relatively well. That's not something I can say for a lot of modern games. I think that there are games where it's done very well. Like, what was the last one I played? Read Only Memories. That was a game about gay and trans characters that I don't think was a story about being gay or trans. I think that is what the big difference is. What are you guys arguing about? I need to see now. RE3 2020 is not a remake. Neither is RE2. RE2 remake is titled RE2 remake though. Hold on. I feel like I could be wrong about that, but I don't think so. Wait, hold on. Let's check on this real quick. If I type in RE2, like if it's on the box, then that's when we have. Oh, okay, so it's not on the box. Maybe that's just what I've been calling it. I mean, they did announce it as a remake, and I think you would be pretty justified in thinking it's a remake since it is retreading the exact same ground. But yeah, you know what's weird is I always thought that there was a remake in the title. That's crazy. Every time I alt-tab out of something, it takes the game a while to like V-sync back up. Andre Davila? A remake has to take some liberties and changes. I disagree. I don't think it has to at all. I think it's okay if it does sometimes, but I think that should be a very thin line to tread, and people should tread it very carefully, and I don't think many people do. So let's talk about this. Let's get off of The Last of Us 2, because I'm not far enough into it where I could say, hey, this is an amazing story or not. So far, I really, 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 really like it. It's not as strong of a story as part 1, but let's talk about remakes, because that's something that I have heavily disagreed with forever. If you are remaking a property, I think a lot of people tend to default to, okay, they're remaking it, therefore it will be remade differently. I don't think that's the case. If I remade your Toyota Corolla into a Jeep Grand Cherokee, that wouldn't necessarily be a remake of that car, right? You would say, hey, that's not the original car. This isn't a remake. This is a new car. And I think you could say that about remaking a video game. I don't think necessarily people should be held strictly to the source material, because you have remakes like RE1 Remake, where it is a shot-for-shot remake, but they've added to the story. They've added to the atmosphere. They've added to the layout of the mansion, right? Whereas in, let's say, RE3 Remake, they haven't added stuff. They have added stuff, but they haven't only added stuff. They have also... You know what? I didn't listen to what she said on the phone. But instead of adding stuff, they've also taken things away, and they've altered things. It's not just that they're changing things. It's that they've taken things away, and it's that they've totally altered things so they don't show up as even reminiscent of the things they used to originally represent. I think that's the issue people have. And that's the issue I have. Even though I really, really, really enjoy RE2 Remake and RE3 Remake, I would have rather had an RE1 style remake for those. RE1 Remake is the best example of a remake done right. I tend to agree with you. Absolutely. Because you took the original. You have represented it in a modern for the time, platform with a modern graphics engine and a modern look to the graphics, but you have made that modern look very reminiscent of the original. And you have taken the original, you have implanted it perfectly as it existed, and added to it. That's why it's good. With RE2 and RE3 remake, you could argue they're pretty bad remakes, because even though, like you said, they don't say remake on the title. Final Fantasy VII Remake says remake on the title. It's not a remake either. So it's not like having remake on the title is what necessarily denotes it as a remake specifically. They went into the entire ordeal with the stated goal of remaking RE2. So I think it's totally fair to call that a remake, because that's how they announced it, that's what they intended to do, and that's what the development was based around. You know what I mean? Ink Ribbon considers RE3 to be a reimagining. I think he is technically close to correct on that. I think it's about as close of a remake as RE2 Remake was, where you have the original story kind of sort of represented, but they've made a lot of major changes. Hey Jared, now that it's about to end, what would you say have been your favorite games of the PS4 and Xbox One generation? Ooh, that's a tough one. Oh. Okay, so this is going to sound dumb as shit. Street Fighter V is one of my favorite games of the PS4 generation, because I love competitive fighters, and I started actually getting competitive with fighting games with Street Fighter V. I always took fighting games relatively seriously, but I never played a lot of online matches until Street Fighter IV, and I never got good at the deeper, more internal mechanics of fighting games until Street Fighter V. But now I'm picking up 2-frame links and Street Fighter Third Strike without a problem, thanks to what I learned in Street Fighter V. Are there any games that are off limits in regards to a remake? No, I don't think so. I think as long as the game has existed before and you have the ability, the means, and the interest in a remake, why not remake it? You could have situations like with the RE3 remake where people didn't like it. They don't like it at all. There are people who are very big fans of the PS1 original. And the good thing about that is the PS1 original still exists. I will say that there are certain things you could do as a remake to make it so that people wished you hadn't remade it, like with the FF7 remake, which is not a remake. And what the issue with the FF7 remake is not so much that it's a bad remake, because to me personally, it was a bad story. I think the original FF7 story was a good story. I would have liked to have seen that, but if they would have made a good story that replaced the FF7 story, I would have been okay with that. I still would not have liked it very much, but I would understand where they're coming from. With the FF7 remake, though, it represented something more. The FF7 remake represented our only shot at seeing that game represented in a modern way. That was it. That was all we had. This was our one shot. Do you think Square's spending that much money and not getting returns on it again? Of course not. And they are not making any money off of FF7 remake. Like I said before, we will very, very likely not see those series of games finish. The whole episodic thing, we're probably not going to see the end of it, because FF15 was a huge loss for them, and FF15 made more than FF7 did in its release week. Okay, we could just run the fuck past them. We could just run past them. You gotta run. Okay, that's what I should have done the whole time, Jared. Oh, okay, they can follow you. We're good. Remake Killer 7 as an RE4 action fest to troll Craig. Dominic says, yo, Jared, I think they can pull off an RE4 remake because they can learn from the pros and cons of RE7, 2, 3 remake. Yeah, I think I agree. I would love to see an RE4 remake that handles like RE2 remake, because I really like the controls in RE2 remake, and I would like to see combat handled the way it does in RE3 remake. Because if I had to stack the two against each other, I would go for, and this is what I do personally, when I install RE2 or RE3 remake, I install RE2 to walk through the precinct for the Oh, Grody, don't fucking do that to me. Anyways, I install RE2 Remake to walk through the precinct and feel the atmosphere and the kind of horror of the situation. Whereas I install RE3 Remake to play a really fun action game that has really satisfying combat. So if we could combine RE2 Remake and RE3 Remake, we'd have a fucking perfect game in my opinion. Yo, fuck off, fool. Much love, Jared, but I'm going to run off and play my own video games. I hope to catch a later stream. Fuck yeah. Ulysses Chinsi? I don't know if I said that wrong, and I apologize if I didn't, but yeah, hell yeah, man. We will be back on here at some point, and I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. I still need a Silent Hill 2 remake. Ah, that'd be so good. Maybe. If Konami wasn't the one handling it, that'd be incredible. I should be able to hit you, and it should be easy. Oh, fuck. Okay, run. Close the door. You can't come through the door. You pieces of shit. Oh, they're in me. They're inside me. I will die. I will surely die. Okay. Yeah, that was easy, right? You fucking... Oh, shit. You have welts on you. I never noticed that. That's sick. It blows my mind we don't have a competent Fate fighting game in the vein of Melty Blood. Well, there was that 3D fighter on PS2, Meridian Warfare, which is actually really fucking fun. Jared, have you ever played Fatal Frame / Project Zero? I think you might like it. So I played the first one years and years ago. I rented it on the PS2, and I've never played the second one that I know of. Please, leave me alone. No. I want it to open, not close. Now close. They're in. They have made it in. I bet they're in here too, aren't they? You fucks. Fuck you. Like, this is not fun for me. I really don't like insects, so this is... Oh, fuck you. Yo, don't even imagine that I will not kill you. They're inside me. Avalanche review. Scarred versus Component. Pros, cons. I have an OSSC and FrameMeister, and I'm about to buy good cables. Okay, so yes. I love it when people ask me video questions on stream, because it's always like questions that'll get me in trouble with people. So technically, you shouldn't see very much of a difference between SCART and Component, depending on the console. The SCART versus Component argument is typically one of convenience. So you said you have an OSSC, so you can accept SCART, and you probably have consoles that natively use SCART cables. So that's a good start. It just kind of depends on what equipment you have and what's going to work better. For example, if you were going to use PS2, I would say probably stick with Component if you were using an automatic switcher, because the PS2 SCART signal uses sync on green, which a lot of... Fuck, we're going to have to find a thing. Which a lot of automatic switchers use the green line to sense for a signal, essentially. Here we go. So it really, really depends on you. I will say if you have a high-quality SCART cable and a high-quality Component cable, you're not going to be able to tell very much of a difference with your naked eye. Unless you are... Oh, cool. More item slots. If you're going to be making like internet content, like web video about video games, and you're going to zoom in a lot to show very fine details, you could technically get a less noisy picture out of SCART versus Component, because there's less of a conversion that's being made. But honestly, you could go either way. It just really depends on what your setups like calls for. For me, I have a Extron Crosspoint over here, which is 12 in, 8 out, and it takes analog video. And I could equip every single input with a SCART to Component transcoder, but that'd be really expensive. So what I do is I use HD Retrovision cables, and just everything that goes into my FrameMeister goes in via Component, except for my Dreamcast, which is JP21. And that's just because I was in Akihabara and I found a JP21 cable that worked for me. Does anyone here like Silent Hill 1 more than Silent Hill 2? I like the gameplay in Silent Hill 1 more. I like the voice acting in Silent Hill 2 more. Which one's better? Oh, fuck. That's a really rough question. Don't ask me that, please. Yeah, but I wouldn't worry too much about SCART versus component. Just take a look at the stuff you already have in your system, your setup, any video switchers you have, any upscalers. And I would say go with the thing that's most simple and convenient for you. If you live in the UK, retrogamingcables.uk or .co.uk is a great source for quality SCART cables. So you may already have that stuff available to you. If you live here in the US, there are really, really good companies that also sell stuff here locally, like Insurrection Games. But I would say it would be easier for you to get your hands on high quality component cables. Likely, probably, maybe. Hey Jared, if Teen Titans ever made a comeback, you think Adult Swim could continue the series like they did Samurai Jack? Yeah, why not? I think that would require some deal making, but I don't see why they couldn't. I mean, they've done it with other series, like you said. Where's the rest of the parts that I had? Okay, so here's one. Oh, that's right. I only have that one part. Okay. Let's do that then. I'll just like stick you here. Maybe, I don't know. I think the music in Silent Hill 1 is scarier than Silent Hill 2. Okay, so I will agree with that. It is scarier. It is much more abrasive and in your face. Silent Hill 2 has the better tracks to listen to as music, though. So if you're judging it on a soundtrack basis, like how does it make you feel within the property, within the media, then okay, yeah, I'll give that to Silent Hill 2. But if we're talking about music that you enjoy listening to in a musical sense, I would say probably Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 1 has the abrasive, crazy, just like wacky, scary ass fucking music, and Silent Hill 2 has the very sad, very somber music, which I think is fitting because Silent Hill 2 is a much darker tale than Silent Hill 1 is. Oh, has Grabahassi been in the chat the whole time and I haven't even said hi? What's up, man? So I will say this, pros and cons. I really can't stand Twitch as a company, but I enjoy streaming on Twitch because it's gonna sound like such a dickhead move. Less people know that I'm on Twitch, so when I stream on there, there's like maybe 20 people, like at most like 30 people watching me stream, and I can really keep up with chat. But I feel like a jerk when someone says something and I miss it. So if you guys are in here, just know, please, I super want to answer everybody's comment so bad, and sometimes I'm not able to, so don't feel like I'm like ignoring you or anything, because that's definitely not the case. Or is it? No, it's not. Let's put you back there. What's y'all's favorite game OSTs? For me, it's Wolfenstein 2, Doom Eternal, Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Okay, so I have a very specific list of the best game OSTs of all time, and most of them are RPGs. But we have RE2 for the PS1, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Chrono Cross, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy V. It's one of my favorite game OSTs of all time. Donkey Kong Country, of course, that's a must. Xenogears, Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter is probably one of my favorite RPG soundtracks, and that game gets shit on way too much. Yo, Beat of Blues, what's up, man? Is that like an elbow thing there that I'm seeing? A little elbow nudge? Because I like that. Hey, what is the best way to get classic SH games? I know that Silent Hill 1 is available on the PlayStation Network if you have a PS3. Or, does PS4 do PS1 classics? I don't remember. Either way, if you do have a PS3 at your house, you can play PS1 discs, and it upscales them, so that's a huge option. If you have a launch model PS3, which are pretty rare nowadays, you can technically play PS2 games, but it depends on which console you have. Some of them use hardware emulation. Some of them use software emulation. Kind of a toss-up. Wait, what got on me? I could have swore I fucked your nest up, and you're not allowed to do this to me now. Yo, do we use seriously this much ammo on this thing? I don't want to use that much ammo. Okay, that was sick, though. Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter Trash Classics. You have no idea how long that video has been in the works. So my buddy... Oh, please let me... thank you. My buddy Caspasaurus did a video on Breath of Fire Dragon Quarter, and I just flat out couldn't watch it because I want to cover it myself. And I don't want his opinions, like... You know what? Let's do this. I want to retry. Because I wasn't paying attention. PS4 doesn't do PS1. Yeah, I know, but I thought that they had software emulation for like the PSN games, but I guess not. I might have to jump on Kingdom Hearts as well. It's a very nostalgic sound. You know, I never really had a lot of a connection to the Kingdom Hearts games. I never really got into them too much, to be honest with you. They were okay-ish. I went back and bought the HD collection for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. And in playing it, I was like, wow, these games, I didn't know it at the time, they control like fucking garbage. They control so poorly. And this is coming from somebody who prefers tank controls, if that says anything. Oh, Parasite Eve. Okay. That one guy, 375. I'm gonna prostrate myself a little bit later and just whip myself in the back for not mentioning Parasite Eve. I honestly like the Parasite Eve 2 soundtrack as well. It's a little more techno-y, but I really enjoy it. Super Metroid is a killer soundtrack, very atmospheric. That game has an atmosphere that just is unrivaled on the fucking console. Silent Hill 2 is abandonware. How so? Is it really? Wait, you can download anything for free on PC, but I don't think Konami necessarily... It's not abandonware because Konami still holds the rights to the PC port, though. I think for it to be abandonware, it has to no longer have rights holders. Okay, so we're going to save it after this because last time we lost a lot of progress like an idiot. There's some PS2 stuff on PS4. If the Silent Hill games are available, that'd be a killer way to do it. I'd love to see... Why haven't I downloaded any PS2 classics on PS4? That'd be interesting. Supplements. Where's that? Oh, there we go. Take both of you. Yeah, PE1 and 2 have great OSTs. They're very different, but I really like the twist that PS2 takes with a lot of PE2 takes with a lot of Parasite Eve original tracks. Like, it uses a lot of Parasite Eve's tracks as kind of motifs, and that's interesting to me. I like that. I feel like game soundtracks are two categories, classic soundtracks and the 2000 to current is a whole other category. So SPR, there's actually a good reason for that. I watched this really interesting video about, it was like a music theory based video. And it had something to say about music, the more complicated it gets, the harder it is for you to really remember it. Which is really fucking interesting. So you are actually super correct with what you're talking about, because the more complicated you're able to make your game OST, wait, I thought it blew up. Am I crazy? Am I fucking insane? Or did that literally blow up? Guess what we're doing? Fucking retrying again. Jimmy Hop is streaming too. Tell him to stop and to jump onto my streams right now. That fucking asshole. Yo, I already saved it. Don't... Can I just load, please? What? God damn it. Why would you bring me back here if I had a previous save point? Ah, you fucking asshole. Why isn't Jill showing up in new Resident Evil games? Thoughts or justifications? I mean, does RE3 remake counts, right? I would say that would be an interesting idea if she didn't get her own game recently. And she did show up in Revelations 1, so she was present for that too. She's been around. Kingdom Hearts 2 control still holds up in my... Okay, so I did not play Kingdom Hearts 2. I got a few hours into Kingdom Hearts 1 and kind of gave up on it, honestly. I was never really super into Kingdom Hearts. I really liked the visual aspect of it. And I really like the... I know it seems kind of lame, but I actually enjoyed the idea of Disney characters existing in a Squaresoft kind of universe. I thought that was really cool. I think the concept got done to death by the end of the series, but... I didn't find anything in the Kingdom Hearts games that I really enjoyed too much. It was... I mean, the action RPG combat was pretty... Okay, like, yeah, that's pretty cool. It didn't go much further than that for me, though. It's like, this is kind of interesting, and then that's it. If you catch my drift. Wait, so when it blows up, it damages me? Yo, I am not... Okay. So, I know what you guys are thinking. We're going to retry. Any RE game with a retry button is bizarre. It definitely is. So, I would say... I don't know. It's such a hard thing to justify because I am such a perfectionist. Like, if I take too much damage there, even though I have 5 herbs, I took damage in a really stupid way because I didn't know something. So that feels, it's going to sound so dumb, it like feels unfair to me, right? Like, I shouldn't be taking damage for that thing that I can't control. Like, I didn't know if a beehive detonates, it damages me. But at the same time, if it wasn't there, I wouldn't need to take care of it, and it probably would have made the game a little more of a visceral experience, I guess. To be honest, I'm not even paying attention. You know, I hear a lot of people say that where they're just like, yeah, I don't even watch the gameplay. I just kind of come here for the conversation, which is really cool because all I do on here is just talk shit and then fucking die. The Supreme save's coming. Listen, I think it was Civi that said it on YouTube. I think the most amazing quote I've ever heard about saves coming. He said, it doesn't matter how much you save. It's about how much you load. That's what it fucking is. Civi 11's so fucking cool. I love that guy's content. We're going to go put this back like we've been doing the whole time. If anything, that question on Jill should have been referenced to Rebecca. Yes, indeed. She is I mean, like I've said this on stream a million times. Resident Evil have some of the most underutilized characters in any fucking series ever. Do you think they're going to kill Chris off in RE7? How do you feel about him being a villain? Okay, so keep in mind, I haven't learned anything about the game because I'm trying to stay away from any information so I can kind of come in with a blank slate. If I had to guess, I would say the trailer is making Chris out to be a bad guy. And maybe Chris will seem to be a bad guy in the beginning of the game. But I think if I know Capcom, they're going to twist it to where, oh, I was a good guy all the time. I was working against this other goal. Or you know what I mean? They're going to flip it to where this entire time he wasn't really a bad guy. If I was Capcom, I would probably do that. Because the whole main character is a bad guy thing, it's a trope that gets kind of done to death, but it gets done to death for a reason. His community's kind of whack. See, that's why I don't fuck around with communities. It's like, you have a situation like that where you have an amazing content creator, and then you have like a community that he has no control over or anything like that. And like, who do you blame for that? That's not his bad, you know. If you guys were being assholes to somebody, it'd be pretty fucked up if I got the blame for it, right? I mean, past like saying, "Hey guys, can you not do that?" There's not a lot that a content creator can do about the people that enjoy his content, you know. Oh, do I need the? I need the chemical packs, don't I, to make fuel? I'm gonna be so pissed if that's the case. Fuck. I bet that's the case. Grab a Hassie. Oh, okay. So at least it's not just me with that prediction. Leon versus Chris. Who would win? Okay, so Leon definitely has the agility, but Leon is very... His detriment is where he's really not very strong is the fact that he doesn't punch boulders. So you really have to take that into account. Like in the middle of a fist fight, the first thing I do right off the bat is like, have you ever punched a boulder before? And if the guy says yes, all right, I'm out. Peace. See, that's weird. I don't like it when games don't let me combine ammo manually into my gun. I think RE2 or RE3 Remake did that, and I really didn't like it. Let's go ahead and make some more. You never know how much flamethrower fuel you're going to need. Blaming content creators for their communities is kind of silly. Yeah, I agree. But that's and that's the reason why I don't like the idea of the Avalanche Reviews community, because I'm a guy, and some of you guys come here because you enjoy my content. Some of you guys come here because you enjoy my conversation, and that's totally cool because I have friends for the same reason. I enjoy their company. I enjoy their conversation. I don't think that you guys should go down for something that I do, and vice versa. Like if you guys, for example, if somebody was like, "Yo, Avalanche Reviews community's whack as fuck," it's like, wait, that's not my bad though. Don't give that to me. So I don't know. I just find the idea of a community to be kind of inherently an issue. Just because of that. And it's not like I don't expect you guys to do anything stupid. I expect me to do something stupid. And the point is so that you guys never have to answer for me. No one ever has to go, "I stand with Jared," because you don't have to stand with me. If I do something stupid, all you have to do is come to one of these streams and say, "Yo, I saw you do that stupid ass thing. That shit was dumb as fuck." And that would be it. You know what I mean? And I'd either say, "No, here's my justification," or I'd say, "Yeah, you're right." And that'd be the end of the issue. Whereas if you were in my community, like, you're responsible for the things that I say. You know, guilt by association is a thing nowadays in the internet, and that sucks to say, but I don't want people being guilty because of my association. If you know, I've said and done so many stupid things on stream. Everybody who's been here before understands that throughout a typical stream with me, I say shit that would get other people canceled 10, 20 times an hour. And it's not on purpose, like, "Oh, Jared enjoys being controversial." That's not the case. I just speak my mind. If you ask me a question, I'm going to answer it 9 times out of 10 without a filter. And the point isn't to piss anybody off or make anybody mad or anything like that. I just, you know, if you say it, if you ask it, I'll answer if I can. And sometimes I feel a certain way about things that maybe other people don't agree with or that might offend them. And I get that. That's your right to be offended by whatever you want. But I was kind of raised by parents who made it very clear that I should be very open and honest with my opinions. And there are going to be people who don't like that, and to be prepared for it. But part of being a strong person emotionally and physically is understanding that when someone has a problem with you, that sometimes it's you, most of the time it's them. Yo, what's up, Mia? Fan bases ruin a lot of things. I try to focus too much on them. If you try to focus too much on them. Yeah, you're absolutely right. For example, the Resident Evil fan base, like, there are Resident Evil fans here watching this stream right now. And I bet you guys are fucking awesome. You guys are hanging out with me right now. Some of you guys have super chat. You've actually given your money to me. Like, that's fucking cute. That is going beyond being a really cool person. Like, you're being insanely sweet. But for the most part, when I release a Resident Evil video, the Resident Evil fan base are kind of fucking assholes. Same thing goes for the Silent Hill. Oh, you guys have no fucking idea. The Silent Hill fan base, forget about it. You can't say a goddamn word to them. It's a fucking firing line for them. But that's why I don't like fan bases. I don't like communities. I like games. I like properties. Okay, so that has happened to me multiple times before. Has that ever happened to you guys where her mouth doesn't move when she says that? Okay, so while we're here, we might as well get rid of the spiders. Because I know I'm going to walk into them later. It's not hard to be controversial these days. That is goddamn truth. That is the fucking truth. You can say things that are factually correct right now that are not meant to hurt anyone's feelings. Just specifically, you could state that the sky is blue and someone's going to go, how the fuck dare you? I'm colorblind. And you're going to be like, I can't help that. I'll try not to embarrass you. You're going to have to try really hard. You're going to have to try really fucking hard. It's real hard to embarrass me. You're going to have to be in possession of a picture of my parents naked to really embarrass me. And if you are, I think there'll be like harder questions than I'm embarrassed. There'll be some other shit to talk about. Zohan, do you follow Twin Perfect? First off, thank you very much for the $10, man. Very, very nice of you. I do follow Twin Perfect. I really used to get into their content a lot. Even after the Real Silent Hill experience, I got a kick out of their, was it weekly or monthly, the little gaming news thing they had? I thought that was really cool. I wish they would have kept doing it. I think Rossiter's an incredible video editor. I think he's one of the unsung heroes of YouTube video editing, honestly. Because there are people who really enjoy video editing and kind of treat it like an art here on YouTube. And I just don't think enough people know about him and how incredible his work is. And I didn't know that. As someone who watched the Real Silent Hill experience, I thought it was interesting and fun. I thought he did a good job. And when I started editing videos, when I really started appreciating those. Okay, so here we go. Juan Astigarabia. Astigarabia. Because there's two R's. We got to roll it. Okay, so let's try this again because I want to get that perfect. Juan Astigarabia. South Florida, empanadas or croquetas? You know, I'm Cuban. Croquetas for life, bro. Even though I have to admit empanadas are better, my blood demands that if you have a little... If you have one of those white foam fucking food takeout things and you don't have croquetas or fucking pastelitos in them, you're not allowed in South Florida, bro. I like white people empanadas, though. If you have like apple empanadas, ooh, that's good stuff. You know, I kind of like Persona. I really liked Persona 2. Eternal Punishment, and I really enjoyed Persona 4, but I'm not necessarily a fan of those types of games per se. They're good. It's not like first off, hold on, can we go back? No human being is squeezing in between this space. That's fucked. Anyways, yeah, I really enjoyed Persona 4, but I don't specifically look for games that play like Persona 4. I really don't like visual novels, and Persona 4 is really straddling that line of visual novel. You know what I mean? Very, very fun game, though. And, ooh, if anybody ever challenges the truth that Chie is the best waifu, hey, we got to fight. That's just all there is to it. We're throwing down. What part of Miami are you from? Liberty City here. Fuck yeah. Okay, so I used to live off of, oh, Christ, 21st, which was like, no joke, like 10 minutes away from Metro Zoo. I don't know a shit ton about getting around in Miami because by the time I moved away from Miami, I didn't drive anymore. But if it tells you anything, I went to Killian High School and I played for the Coral Reef Broncos when I played football. I don't know if anybody knows about Coral Reef and Coral Reef Park in Miami. Because like as a kid, that was a huge place for me, like just growing up and always going there. But I never really know if that was like that for anybody else, or if I was just kind of having a specific Like if that was a part of my childhood that nobody else gave a fuck about. Yo, what's up, fool? Is that Marchi Metatron? Okay. Like the seal of Metatron? Thank you very much for the $10, man. Sushi or ramen? Also, here is to help you get whatever you like better. Well, fuck it, yeah, man. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. I will say that I am a hard ramen guy. I do not like sushi very much, which I know is crazy for someone who spends as much time in Japan as I do. But I have eaten sushi in Japan maybe twice. And I've been to Tokyo 7 times now. I love ramen. I love ramen, udon, and curry. Those are my 3. That's the food pyramid for me when I go over there. Speaking of which, I had curry tonight, and that's why I'm burping so much. Yeah, I love ramen, like, to the core of me. I really like it a lot. You know what? So I eat sushi. I don't want it to seem like sushi's bad, because it's not. I find sushi to be a snack. Like, yo, I'll have a quick roll, like salmon or tuna. I don't like sushi rolls with a lot of stuff in them, like cream cheese and guacamole and all that shit. If I go to a kaiten sushi place in Japan, which is one of those conveyor belt sushi places, I might have a few. Like I might have like sashimi, which I really like. But it's a snack. I'll have some sushi, and then I'll go on to the main course, which would be ramen, udon, or curry. Colin, thanks so much for 600 yen, man. Another 600 yen because you said Chie is hands down to. She's the best waifu. Okay, first off, she's sporty. She's got a cute haircut, and she wears the spats. It's like that's a win-win. But it's not like there's a bad choice in Persona 4. To be fair, though. Damn, I'm all filled up. Okay, so what can we could do this just to make a little bit of room, right? And just replace it with the same thing we just had. There we go. Let's put our crank in, baby. Thanks so much, Colin. Colin, so if you don't mind me asking, with the name like Colin Haverson, what are you doing? Are you in Japan right now, which is why you're giving yen, or is this like a really cool thing you can do on YouTube where you could just give in whatever currency you want? Obviously, don't like dox yourself or anything. Say exactly where you are if you don't want to. Can we take that crank back? Oh, we still have it, so we can go to that bridge. Fuck yeah. When it showed Resident Evil 8 was first person, I was so happy. So I guess I might have just gotten used to the third person controls and the third person feel that came with the remakes. I was hoping that the next Resident Evil would be, which is crazy for me to say, because you guys know that I always complain about the RE4 over the shoulder, being too pervasive in Resident Evil games, but it worked so well in RE2 and 3 remake that I kind of figured that was going to be where they were headed for the next century in the series. I was a little disappointed it was first person. Which, it's not so much that like I didn't like RE7, because I really liked RE7, but RE7 was interesting because it was so different. And if you make another game like it, you oh fuck, okay, I fuck up. You kind of ruin that uniqueness. You know what I mean? Do I like cheesecake? Ooh, good lord, do I like cheesecake? Grabahassy's trying to fight me. We could do it, dude. Let's go. Before we throw down, though, I would just like to know, who is your alternative to Chie? Ayane in P4 is definitely a bad choice. Oh, come on. Let's not get too... Okay, so Yukiko is not, like I said, there's not a bad choice. Yukiko is a cutie pie, especially the moments when like nobody else is laughing and she is hysterically laughing because she found something funny. Like her being all reserved and then just busting out into hilarity. I love that about Yukiko. But Chie has the best personality. Let's back out of there. I wish you could clip shit on YouTube, because that's like one of those clips that go fucking viral from some Twitch streamer or some shit. Pie or cake? I gotta go with... Oh shit, that's tough. Okay, so here's the thing. I like eating sweets that are cold. And I think it's better to eat pie cold than cake. So there's that. I know that wasn't exact. Oh, fuck you. You can't do shit to me. Look at me. I'm the best. Look at these skilled moves. And she had to be rude and insult me. Okay, I could have swore I cleared these guys out. Okay, hold on. I have to try and read that. Wait up. Can we please? Thank you. Oh, fuck you. I wanted that shot so bad, asshole. Oh, they're not dead. Oh, good. Good. So we can just... Let's just waste all of our ammo, please. There we go. We're good now. Okay, so now we can respond to this. Anthonius. Anthonius. Thanks for the $4.99. Appreciate it. If you like Persona, but not the visual novel aspects, have you ever played mainline Shin Megami Tensei? I don't think I played the mainline SMT games. I did play Devil Summoner? The one that takes place in like post Edo period Japan. I think it's Devil Summoner. Christ, I can't remember a lot about it. I really enjoyed that one. I know that's not mainline SMT. I really liked that. I really liked, I think it was Devil Hackers or something like that for the DS, where it was a strategy RPG, but when you got into an encounter, you had a grid layout like a strategy RPG, and when you attacked someone, it would show a more traditional like first-person SMT type of view. I got into that game a lot, but I don't think I've ever actually played any of the mainline SMT games. I got interested. I think it was the fourth one that was on 3DS. It was kind of like a dungeon crawler. That one looks really cool. Ah, shit. I don't really need the item detection stuff, so we might as well just use that. There we go. I mean, we do need to heal, but maybe we can kind of stretch that out a little longer. The Evil Within 2 has a first-person toggle, but that mode was kind of wonky. In that case, you got to... Wait, what are we talking about here? You guys must be talking to each other. Why do you prefer YouTube streaming over Twitch? I guess I don't necessarily prefer it. I like Twitch because less people show up, which isn't much of an excuse for anything. Yeah, less people show up because it's easier to hold a conversation with, like, say, one person. Like, if you guys haven't noticed here, like, somebody will say something to me and I'll go off on a rant, and then I've lost track completely of where that person is in the chat because it moves pretty fast. Which, by the way, guys, everybody who's watching right now, 173 viewers is what it's telling me. That's really fucking cool. Thanks, guys, so much. I like YouTube. I think that it's got a very consolidated like user base, so everybody who follows me on YouTube can know when I'm streaming, which is cool. Whereas on Twitch, you kind of have to know Avalanche Reviews is streaming. Like the discoverability is very low on Twitch, which is fine. You know, streaming isn't how I make my money, but if I were going to recommend someone start streaming on one platform versus another, if you even have 100 subscribers on YouTube, you already are at a huge advantage over other people on YouTube because, I don't know, YouTube seems to have a better, it's just easier to discover streamers, I think. Can I, like, stun her with fire, maybe? What's up, fool? Oh, okay. I guess we can't do that. Okay, so I need to go to where I can hit up that. Yeah. We're going the right way. Anyone else hyped for Cyberpunk? Yeah, I bought a fucking 2080 Super for that goddamn game. It better live up to my expectations. Hopefully I'll be able to run it at 3440 by 1440, but I mean, it's a CD Projekt Red game, which means it's going to be pretty fucking graphically intensive. I'm kind of worried that I'm going to not be able to run it at 100 hertz. Like, oh, there you go, Nocturne. Okay, so I played the shit out of Nocturne. I like that a lot. I will say the soundtrack for Nocturne is actually really good, but I really can't stand the main battle theme, which I know is going to fucking piss a lot of people off. I can't stand it. I can't stand that vocal noise where it's like, oh, like that weird shit going on in the background, you know? Put you right here, maybe. No. Okay. There we go. P4 Arena Ultimax Ultimate Suplex. I have both the Persona arena fighting games, and I really like them. But you know what I like a little more than that is Fighting Climax. I cut my teeth on the first one and got some very good matches in Japan in Fighting Climax, but I remember, oh, fuck you. Well, I watched them go through the door. So it was really humbling because I'm actually pretty good at Fighting Climax. And I sat down at a cabinet and waited to get a match, and I was ready to go. I was like, fuck yeah, let's do this. And literally a Japanese businessman in a full suit with a briefcase sits down. And I'm like, okay, this is going to be it. I'm going to fucking body this fool, right? He fucking spanked my goddamn ass like I've never been beat in a video game before. Destroyed me. Didn't even give me the run back. I was so bad, he didn't even rematch me. He just fucking straight up left. I was like, God, that is the most embarrassing situation I could ever imagine. Having some dude in slacks and a business suit just beat my fucking ass. I'm trying to run so hard. Please leave me the fuck alone. It's like, I like how I can use this flamethrower to kill you guys, but you can hit me anyway, so. Oh, Harry Callahan. Do I like the Max Payne games? Ooh. Max Payne 2 is one of my favorite fucking video games of all goddamn time. If I had to just pick one, if I had to say, listen, blank is the most effective emotional story I've ever heard before, it would be Max Payne 2. I love it. I still really like Max Payne 3. That is a really good game. And Max Payne 1 is a less polished. If I played Max Payne 1 first, that would probably be my favorite. But coming from Max Payne 2, it's much easier to... Is that where my save point is? I just want to get to my item box. No, this isn't it. I'm dumb. Oh, it's on that side of the house. Sorry. I did do a retrospective on Max Payne. Where were you at? I forgot who you were. Ah, shit. I'm sorry, I missed your name. Callahan? Harry Callahan. There you go. I did do a retrospective on the Max Payne games, if that's something you're interested in watching. Because I'm pretty proud of those videos. I think they I don't know, they worked. I liked them. There you go. Please, I'm running. Just, I don't want you to hurt me anymore. I'm abused. Yo, a little voice. Thank you so fucking much. That is... Wow. Thank you. Enjoy chatting and the content. Treat yourself and your wife to dinner on me. Fuck, man. I'm going to be honest with you. We eat kind of cheap, so we're going to be able to treat ourselves to about 20 dinners on you. Thank you so fucking much, man. Oh, and then I cry. Okay, then I fall down. Gross. This is a gross part of the game, period. Damn, thank you so much, man. I still, to this day, have an issue comprehending the idea that people are willing to give me money. No, let's not get down to business. We don't need to do that. No, I don't like it, though, is the thing. So don't do that to me, please. I would appreciate you leaving me alone. Oh, do I have to do damage to her specifically? Okay, so I do. Alright, good. I need to start using the number shortcuts, like 1, 2, 3, and 4 for my weapons. Oh, fuck. Okay, I might have to retry this. I didn't know I had to do damage to her. That probably would have worked before. I should have just done that. Like, I feel like I should be hitting you guys. My depth perception is not great, but can we talk about how I should be... She's going to do it again. I have no more flamethrower ammo. Okay, let's retry. Okay. Who knows where this is going to send me back to, but we will be much more efficient at getting out of that situation now. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, let's just keep you around. The Max Payne theme is so amazing. Oh, there's several songs, and Max Payne 2 specifically. But yeah, the Max Payne theme is incredible, but the music in Max Payne 2 is just, oh god, divine. It feels like what that game is, you know? It feels like dark, cold noir, you know? Oh god, I love it so fucking much. There's something about Max Payne that just speaks to me emotionally, and I really can't tell you. It was a huge issue for me making that video, because a lot of times you can point at something in a game and go, that's my favorite, right? Sometimes you can't, though. Sometimes you just are in awe of an aspect of a game and you really don't know why. That's kind of how I feel with Max Payne 2. There's things about that game. I have nostalgia. No fucking... Here we go. Let's use you. Yeah, there's no question I have nostalgia for the game. So there is an aspect of it that I could probably be blind to. The fact that I have that nostalgia for sure. I'm willing to admit that. But there's something about that game that's so emotionally effective that it just, God, it gets me every time. Her main boss fight still discussed more than anything in any other video game. Yeah, something about having bees for vaginas just, you know, it's a deal breaker for me. I'm just gonna be honest. Fucking, wait, hold on. Fuck you. Give me a username. I read that all by myself. I'm a genius. America should revoke the Second Amendment. I heartily disagree. I think the fact that the Second Amendment exists is why you feel emboldened to challenge American constitutional rights, which, by the way, you're fully well within your rights to challenge those. That's the reason why this country exists. So I don't want you to think that I'm getting down on you, like don't you ever, or anything like that. I'm not that type of guy. I just disagree. I think the reason why you're able to challenge constitutional rights here in this country is because people with the Second Amendment are able to defend them in war, not like out in the street shooting people. I don't want to like seem like one of those weird militia guys, like go out there, arm up, and kill them all. That's not me. Can we sort you, please? There we go, baby. I'm actually a pretty hard believer in gun rights advocacy. I think that people who don't want to own firearms shouldn't have to, but I think the people who do want to own firearms and who use them responsibly and who are legally allowed to should be able to. I mean, you know, the fact of the matter is, even if you include, terrible tragedies like school shootings and stuff, which are undeniably god awful. It should turn your stomach. The concept of a school shooting, if you're a human being, it should fucking, you should revile that stuff. But even if you include those terrible, terrible things, you know, gun violence in this country is caused by a massive majority by people who unlawfully own guns and are using them unlawfully. So I don't think there's really an argument for taking away the Second Amendment. I think the Second Amendment and the First Amendment are the reason why this country exists the way it does, which is good because this country is really fucking cool. I may be leaving it, but it doesn't mean I don't like it. This place is fucking incredible. I mean, everything I've been able to do is because I lived in America. Like, this is a fucking incredible place. It has its issues for goddamn sure. I think anybody knows that. But I don't think you could have started from a better foundation. When did I last play Max Payne? Probably, I did the retrospective about a year and a half ago. I think that was the last time I played it. I wish Ethan lunged a bit when he stabbed, like moving forward, or like made a noise. It would be nice if I could get a little more depth out of that stab. I will agree. Oh God, politics, I'm scared. No, I try not to be too political, but like I said, you know, if someone asks me a question or makes a comment, I'll definitely talk about it. I know that there was a spot I wanted to get items from, but I don't remember what it was, so let's just fucking do it. So here's the fucked up thing, is we just saw Marjorie in that room, but she is about to show up right here. Wait, I forgot. Is it considered not so polite to ask if someone owns a firearm? I'm not American, so I wouldn't know. No, I don't think that's... I guess I can't speak for everyone. I've never been around anyone who I think that was an issue for, so I don't think so. I don't think it's rude at all. I think it's probably a good idea for your safety to make sure wherever, if you're staying in a place, that just so you know, hey, do you have a firearm? Are you a responsible firearm owner? You're probably doing your due diligence in that sense. It is beyond the pale. Can I climb up here? No? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and get down now. Don't. No. No. Fuck. No, don't climb the stairs, Ethan, please. I don't think I'm going to like that, though. You can't make that claim. Yeah, that was the idea. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, sick. Yeah, you fucked up now, Marjorie. Ew. Should I be standing in this? I think I should. Okay, yeah, I definitely shouldn't be. I learned the hard way. I think most gun owners like to talk about their guns. Yeah, guns are fun to talk about, man. It's like computers. There's like a technical knowledge base you can have with firearms. It's really interesting. Cam MA, thanks very much, man. And a hi back at you. I can't get over how Dante looks like that actor from Taken in DMC5. Oh, Christ, what's his name? Oh, goddamn it, why'd you do this to me? Don't anyone tell me. I'm going to close my eyes. Liam Neeson. Okay, there we go. That would have killed me if I wouldn't have figured that out for myself. The RE engine is stupid optimized. I got 80 FPS on a 1060 Ti. Yeah, it's definitely really good. I was using a 770, just like a regular 770, and the shadows was tanking my performance, but I think it had to do with very slow DDR2 memory that was on my PC at the time when I first got RE7. I literally upgraded my editing PC to play RE7. I specifically, the idea was to, can I get your like hand or something? I specifically upgraded to play RE7 for the retrospective. So I got a 1070 Ti, a Ryzen 7 1700, and 16 gigs of DDR4, 3400 megahertz, and it served me so well. I'm still playing on it right now. I just switched out to a 1080 Ti. Are those bugs? I thought that was some sort of black sludge the whole time. I still think it is. I didn't notice they were bugs. Holy shit. Still would love to see a Dino Crisis title in the style of new RE2 and RE3 remakes. Yes, 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 and yes. Meridian Norfair, it's not just a right, it's a duty to not only own, but know how to safely operate firearms, your family, community, and country, to your family, community, country. And it's a natural right. The Second Amendment just recognizes it. Yeah, I think the way the Constitution is worded tends to kind of put off some people, because it does say that you have a God-given right to blank, self-protection, stuff like that. I think a lot, especially if you don't believe in God, that can be kind of hard to take in as a concept, which I totally understand. I'm not religious. I am not. I'm wearing a Cradle of Filth shirt right now with a nun masturbating with a crucifix. I promise you. I am not Christianity's biggest friend, but I tend to interpret that as you are born with an inalienable right to protect yourself and your family. So that's how I take that. But yeah, I agree. I won't so much say that it's a responsibility that everyone should own a firearm, but I feel like everyone should be able to own a firearm, which is a big, caveat. That's a huge deal. But people who don't like firearms, yeah, no, I get it. And you know what? This is the thing, and I think this is what separates a lot of people from me. Let's say you don't like firearms. No problem at all. I don't think that you should have to be around them then, if that's the case. That's so creepy. I love it. Whereas I think a lot of people tend to default to, I don't like this, get the fuck rid of it. I don't want this anywhere around me. And to give you a little bit of context, I'm straight edge for the last 15, closer to 16 and a half years now. Holy shit, time flies. So for the last round about 16 years, I've been drug-free, like totally drug-free. No alcohol, no tobacco, no anything that you can consider to be a recreational drug. I still take over-the-counter painkillers like ibuprofen, stuff like that. I do not, on a very dead serious ideological level, I do not like the use of drugs to cope with life. I don't like the use of drugs to have a good time. I find that to be, for me personally, in my own experience, I find that to be just detestable, right? I think people make themselves weak by using drugs. That being said, never in my life would I ever argue that you shouldn't be allowed to take them. As a matter of fact, I pivot quite in the opposite direction. I honestly think that any drug that the FDA can show up to a factory to and authenticate the fact that the process is safe within means should be legal. If you can have the FDA show up at the cocaine factory, you should be able to do cocaine legally. If you're able to drink alcohol, which kills more people than fucking smoking and obesity does, you are 100% allowed to do speed and heroin, in my opinion, as long as it comes from a source that is within a certain degree of safety. I think that makes sense. I think if you're allowed to kill yourself with a certain substance, you should be allowed to kill yourself with any substance you want, as long as you can make sure that substance is safe to consume. And you can make the argument, well, heroin's inherently not safe to consume. You could say the same thing for alcohol. I think the same argument can be made both morally and logically, rationally. So that's the big difference between being reasonable and not reasonable. If you don't like something, fucking more power to you, man. I don't want you to have to experience a thing that you don't like, and I will do everything in my power to make sure that you don't have to experience that. It would just be fucked up if you said you didn't like something and I can't experience that thing. You know what I mean? Not gonna lie, if I was in the U.S. right now, I would get a firearm. So oddly enough, everybody is. Honestly, even anti-firearm people. I live in the state of Florida, and I'm already armed. But when the COVID stuff started, I assumed that things might possibly, get worse than they did get, as far as people reacting to it. Like, I thought that maybe there might be a chance that my wife here in my house might not be safe if I wasn't home. So I went to our local gun shop that I like to shoot at the range, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna get myself like a Mossberg or a very cheap, very simple pump action shotgun, something my wife can rack at the front door and put a slug through it so that she would never have to interact with a fucking intruder, right? I went to go there, and every single shotgun, every rifle, and every handgun that fired 9mm was fucking gone. So even people who disagree with firearm ownership own firearms now. And I'll tell you this right now, for the next decade, you will never see a gun rights argument take the major stage as far as a political party goes. It's just not going to happen, because as it is right now, even anti-gun people are owning firearms, which you may not think that's a good thing, but it's just the fact of the matter. Guns are just out of stock everywhere in America. And as far as as you guys know, statistically speaking, there are more firearms in America than people. So imagine what that means for people who don't like firearms. They own them. They're at the house. They don't want anybody to know about it. And you know what? More power to you. It's nobody's business. If you own a firearm and you don't want anyone to know, don't tell them. If you want it to be a secret, you know what I mean? Like if you want something that you can get a hold of if you need it, but you don't feel the need to publicly announce it, more power to you. I totally get that rationale. Legalizing drugs will simply take the crime out of it. People will get their hands on them regardless if they're legal. Yeah, I think so. It'll take the crime out of it. I also think it'll take a lot of the romanticism out of it. So a lot of times, not just the psychological need to do whatever it is that your parents tell you not to. If people tell you you can't do this, and then you see other people doing it as an act of rebellion, which it kind of sort of is, that's going to be romanticized to a degree. You're going to see that and go, fuck, that shit's pretty goddamn cool. Did you see that dude doing it? I think if you make drugs legal, you take that aspect away from them. And I think that's super important. I think you take away the badass feel of doing a certain drug, and you've taken away people's really desire to do it. Because some people may do drugs anyways. The type of person who's going to get addicted to drugs might get a hold of those drugs regardless. But if you can stop that initial thing that drew them towards that drug, I think that you can do a lot of good for addicts. And this is coming from the perspective, I've put through 4 people in the ground in the last 5 years, thanks to heroin and painkillers. My brother was an addict. Thank God he got clean. My dad was an alcoholic for the entirety of my life up until 6 or 7 years ago. He's been stone sober for 6 or 7 years. Fucking stronger man than I am. So this is coming from someone who's not only against those things personally, but I've experienced those things in my life. I've seen the effects they have on people. So it's not like this is like some kind of altar boy lecturing you about drugs or anything like that. I live in that world. For those of you that don't know, I bounce at a bar. I run in circles that maybe might not be indicative of someone who reviews video games for a living. I've been there. I've seen what they do. And I do still believe that they should be legalized, because I think that will get them out of the hands of more people, which I know is counterintuitive, but I honestly think that human psychology would prove that to be the case. Drugs were legal, then turned illegal. Yeah, they absolutely were. Honestly, I'm just surprised how easy it is to lose weight. I put easy in quotation marks because it's not easy in the sense that you just do it. You know what's Sticky? So interesting you say that. I have a quote that kind of deals with that. Let me read this real quick super chat. Thanks you, Cam MA. Oh, again, thank you, man. This is weird, but my dad said he'd kick me out if I have a vehicle with 700 horsepower. I'm 28 and work and help my family out. Okay, so I could look at this from 2 different perspectives. First off, it seems like you should have, you should be able to drive a car that you want to drive. That being said, your dad probably loves and cares about you and doesn't want to see you get hurt in a car that might lead to that happening. I think he might make you want it way more if he tells you can't have it, though. Maybe you should express that to him. It's like, hey, Dad, have you ever been familiar with the concept of reverse psychology? I get where you're coming from, though. Damn. I mean, like, you help the family out. You should be allowed to do what you want. You're autonomous. Oh, yeah, that's right. Sticky. So my wife can't stand it. I have this saying because my wife has this thing. She always, and I love her to death for this because she really does. My confidence is through the roof because of my wife. She's always got something to say to me about something positive and a positive aspect of my personality, which I always appreciate. But she always tells me, you're so driven. You're so determined. That's why you were able to make YouTube work. That's why you were able to make your music career work. That's why you were able to do this, that, and the other thing. And I told her, no, absolutely fucking not. I am as driven and determined as both her and everybody that's in the chat right now. There's nothing about me that's special in any way that separates me from any of you guys as far as my inherent, abilities. For example, bodybuilding. I've been working out for 8 years or so, steady, 6 days a week, never fucking missed a day. That's for the most part. I got huge from that. And some people say, hey, that's dedication. That's determination. That's drive. No, it's not. Like Sticky said, you got to do it. And that's the only way I see the world. There is no hard. There is no easy. Those things do exist as concepts, but they don't affect me. Because there's only, am I doing the action or am I not doing the action? Right? People tend to focus on this idea of difficult versus easy versus fucking, I can do this or I can't do that. It's like, no, are you doing it right now? That is the only question that matters. Anything else is irrelevant. Like you were saying, weight loss. Weight loss is technically hard. It requires you to change your habits. If your habits are like me, by the way, I'm not looking down on you because I have terrible eating habits for someone who works out as much as I do. My habits are ordering pizza, getting ramen. You know what I mean? Like, I don't eat healthily, which is crazy because I work out like a fucking idiot. But it's hard to curb those habits because not only is that what you're used to, that's what makes you feel good. And it's really hard to not do something that makes you feel good, especially if you know that you can totally do that. Like, there shouldn't be anything keeping you from doing that, and yet there is. So that is technically hard, but the only thing that matters is just doing it. It could still be hard, but you're doing it, and then there you go. That's the end of the argument, right? Yeah, it seems so stupid and cliche. You've heard it a million times. There's nothing to it, just to do it. The reason you've heard that a million times is because it's true. It doesn't matter if it's hard. It doesn't matter if it's easy. The only thing that matters is whether or not you are currently doing that thing. Now that I fucking yelled at my entire chat. Like, do or do not. There is no try. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Clay McGinnis, Jared back at it. I am indeed just talking shit, drinking an energy drink, and babbling way too much. I've never been good with weights, but boxing is something that I'm apparently solid at. People might have some issues with finding what clicks with them, however. That is a solid point. That is a really solid point. I've done things that didn't click with me, by the way. So you're totally right. For example, I used to draw. I mean, no joke, up until I was about 14, from 7 years old to 14, I was drawing nonstop. I had a passion for it. I had a passion for animation. Of course, I grew up on 90s Marvel comics. So my favorite media of all time is the Age of Apocalypse arc in X-Men. Okay, I got the grenade launcher. What else did I get? I don't remember. So I was all about drawing. And I got to a point when I was around, like 14-ish, maybe 15. You know what? Even 16, I would say I was still drawing. I got to the point where I looked at my artwork and I said, and this could have been wrong, by the way. This wasn't like the objectively correct decision to make. I looked at it and I was like, well, I'm not as good as I should be for someone who's been doing this as long as I have been. So I stopped. I don't think it clicked with me, even though I enjoyed doing it and I liked like experiencing other people's art. I just wasn't good at making art myself. So there is an aspect of finding what works for you, for sure. But that's another argument for just doing it, because you're never going to find what works for you if you aren't doing the thing that doesn't work for you. That's the only way you figure that shit out. I hate how tempted I feel to fall back on my bad habit when I do. I feel really guilty and I don't enjoy it. I get that. Listen, okay, like I said, I'm involved in fitness heavily. I'm a non-competing bodybuilder by all means. And I know that I shouldn't eat the things that I eat. Hold on. Just as a fucking confirmation. I have a gas station apple pie in a box right here, just waiting for when I'm done with this stream. And after I'm done with it, while I'm eating it, I'm gonna get like a sugar buzz, right? Like I'm gonna feel like, yeah, this is good. And about 6 minutes into eating that, I'm gonna go, I wish I never fucking did that. Why did I eat this thing? You're absolutely right. There's a guilt for doing things that make you feel good, especially if you know they're not good for you. I guess in that's kind of a situation, fuck, man, that's hard because look at me. I go through periods where I'm in really good shape and I don't have to worry about that stuff. And then, you know what my biggest issue is, especially for weight loss? I get to the point where I go, you know what? I've lost 25 pounds. I can eat this thing. I'm allowed to cut back a little bit. And then I cut back a little bit. And then I get back to 235. So it does involve some dead serious wanting to do something. But if you're just doing it, you've already accomplished 90% of the goal right there. What are we talking about? I'm trying to catch up. Honestly, I'd love to tell you. Who fucking knows? We were talking about dieting at some point and then legalizing drugs and gun owners. The fuck does this shit happen to me? I blame you guys. You guys are the ones bringing this shit up. I'm just talking about it. Cam MA, thank you, man, for the 199. Can you do a Resident Evil 0 live stream? I 100% can do a Resident Evil 0 live stream. Bet your sweet ass on it, I will. I love that game. I think people fucking downplay that game so hard. It was such a fun game. It is frustrating and hard as shit, but, you know, what isn't? Chat is going in every direction right now. They really are. For those of you that just showed up or anything like that, if I don't get to what you're saying, I promise I'm really trying to. So don't think that I'm like ignoring you or anything. That's my biggest fear, is for someone to like come away from one of these chats going like, dude, this guy fucking hates me. He's not responding to a thing I say. Like, I have it on, oh shit, it's on top chat actually. Wait, I want to put it on live chat. I'm sorry guys. When I restarted OBS, it went back to top chat. Let's go. Okay, so live chat. So now I'll be more likely to see as you say something. But yeah, I apologize if I miss out on anything anybody said so far. I do have issues multitasking, and on top of that, there's a lot of you guys around. Fuck you. That was not necessary. I just, did it. Okay, so I have the crow key, but I don't really know where there's a crow lock. So we're going to have to consult the old handy-dandy map. And let's see what we can get. Any locked rooms in here? Let's move you around here. We need to get real close. Intimate with you guys. What are you? I don't know what that is. Drawing room. Okay, so let's go down in the basement. We have a snake key, which apparently everything needs the snake key and nothing needs the crow key. There's a lock there we don't have anything for. Snake, snake, snake. Jesus Christ, can anything be opened with the crow key? Okay, so we got the grenade launcher, which I think we get right before the fight with Marguerite? Whatever the fuck her name is. Main reason why I'm excited for Cyberpunk, it's CD Projekt Red, and they have an extremely consumer-friendly... Oh, they are consumer-friendly, and I respect that. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that should be the... What you call it? Like the default state for game companies. But nowadays, that is not the case. It sucks. Do you think that you can finish this game tonight? Nah, definitely not. I'm so fucking bad at it. Oh, you know what? We can go down here now. That's right. It's been a really long time since I played this, so we're kind of... Oh, gross. If there's one thing this game did perfectly, which the RE engine is graphically impressive, even going back and playing this. But the lighting for the flashlight and the tint that it gives to everything, that green tint, whew, masterfully done. You know what? Let's go back to the item box, just in case. There's going to be one before the boss fight for sure, right? Because we want to get that grenade launcher for sure. Let me keep up with you guys. Who's talking about the Beretta M92FS? And you know what's crazy is my little brother. I have his name tattooed right here on my arm, Aaron. My little brother just bought a Beretta M92FS, and he's going to get a custom stars grip for it, which is going to be sick as fuck. Okay, let's see here. The real Gandhi one? The real G Andy one? Whatever that is. Thank you very much for the £5, man. I got super burnt out on RE0. My mom used to spend hours playing the extra game where you have to collect bug statues. Really? I think it's so fucking cool when parents play video games with their kids. That is in the trailer. I remember my dad, so this is a funny fucking gaming memory for me. So when I was a baby, not a baby, 6 years old, something like that, my dad used to play Super Mario Brothers 3. Yeah, on the NES. Super Mario Brothers 3. Yeah, it was Super Mario Brothers 3. And I would always complain that he wouldn't let me play because I was a little fucking kid. I wanted to play it so damn bad. And he was like, no, I have a game going. And he would leave it playing. Like, he would leave it on. And, and my mom would be like, all right, listen, Ronnie, you have to let your fucking son play this video game system. You are the adult in this family. So he would let me play, and then I would lose all of his lives, and he wouldn't be able to get back to where he was. And that's one of my first memories of video games. As you can see, it's as my gaming would mean to go on. That was the fucking... I love how the light is almost volumetric. That's so cool. Anyways, that's a trend I would continue as an adult. Jared, I feel like I had the same reaction to RE8 as you did. I'm not sure I'm totally on board with the direction the game is going. Yeah, exactly. But like I said before, I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt for now because there's a very good chance that it ends up being really good, just like the remakes were. Because in my mind, I was like, listen, the remakes aren't going to be good. There's no fucking way. They're pretty much fucking like RE4. It's RE2 with an RE4 base lift, right? That's what I was thinking. And then I played it and I was like, wow, this is a very fucking solid video game. So I'm going to hope, fingers crossed, that the same thing happens that happened with RE2 Remake and RE7 for me. Because those are two games that I was not looking forward to playing quite so much. And then I played them and I was wrong. My dad's like a cholo looking guy. He's not a cholo though. And he played FF7 and Parasite Eve on my PlayStation. It just looks so funny. Yeah, I found, because I used to play football when I was a preteen, a teenager. And when I wasn't playing football, I would wrestle. So I had a lot of friends who were, more like jocks, or just, not even jocks so much like, yeah, let's go to the gym and get pumped. It was more like just regular guys. I lived in Miami, so sports were just a huge part of life. You were a UM fan by birth. There was no real choice in it, right? And that was the same reason I played football. It's because it was Miami. You play football in Miami. That's just what you do. And I would have friends who were just, by all accounts, normal people. And I went over to a buddy of mine's house that I used to play football with, and we were just kind of hanging out. And we didn't have too much in common other than the fact that we shared a sense of humor. We played on the same football team. And then I saw on his dresser he had a copy of Chrono Cross for the PS1. I was like, dude, what the fuck? And he goes, yeah, it was super fun. I liked it a lot. And I was like, you're not supposed to play this. You play football, motherfucker. Like, you can't do this. I love it when people challenge stereotypes by merely existing, because I feel like I kind of do that. I'm not like tooting my own horn or anything like that. I just like, if you were thinking of a guy who collects video games and plays nothing but Japanese RPGs, it probably wouldn't be the buff dude covered in tattoos who beats people up for a living. Like, I like that. That's fun for me. I like for people to see me and assume one thing, and then for them to speak to me and go like, oh shit, maybe that wasn't right. Maybe I can't figure this guy out just by the way he looks. That's probably the goal, right? That's the goal, is to get people to say, oh shit, I shouldn't judge you by the way you look. My dad and I played the fuck out of those Lego games when I was younger. You know, I see a lot of that on Reddit. You see a lot of families playing Lego games together. That's really cool. I don't get into those games myself, but I think it's awesome that families play them together. Because you build so many fucking awesome memories playing video games. I've had, in my comment section, you don't know how many comments I've had where people tell a story like, me and my brother used to play this together, and I just cherish these memories. And like, that's so fucking cool, because I have similar memories, you know, not the same as them, but I have a similar type of memory where I can go like, yeah, I remember me and my brother used to alternate playing Final Fantasy VII. When we first got it, we rented it, and I played it, and he was sick, so my mom just let us both stay home from school, essentially. She was such a sweetheart. And she still is, by the way. My mom's not dead. And that's what that sounded like. So we both stayed home, and he was feeling like shit. So I would play FF7, and he would just kind of fall asleep and wake back up. And I'd be like, yo, okay, so here's what happened. We did this. We left Midgard, blah, blah, blah. Like, I have those memories too. And it's so cool to be able to share those with people, because they can relate to that. That's so fucking awesome. It's people who have nothing in common. Like I mean, other than the people who are in my comment section, they have in common the fact that they enjoy my content, right? But other than that, you know, we're from different walks of life, from different countries. We may even speak different first languages, but we can talk about these memories we have with video games, and we can relate to them on such a fucking visceral level. It's incredible. God, I love video games. That's what they do to people. And bring us together. It sounds like such a fucking douchebag, bullshit, surface level take, but god damn it, I think it's true. Okay, so what did the stabilizer... Oh, reload speed. I don't really have an issue with reloading too much. I don't know if that's necessary. I could get it right now, or I could put some money towards the Magnum. I think we should do the Magnum. I don't think we should have to do this one at a time, though. All right, there we go. Fuck yeah. Hey, Jared, what's your favorite game of all time? Ooh, Daniel Legrand. I can tell you one thing right now. I can't answer that question. I have so many, and they change depending on what mood I'm in. I would say that the front runners, Resident Evil 2, Symphony of the Night, Parasite Eve, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 5 and 6. That's a lot. Tactics, Final Fantasy Tactics is incredible. There's too many good games. Resident Evil Code Veronica is one of my very favorites of all time. The RE1 remake, right next to that in quality, in my opinion, RE0. I don't know. That's too hard of a question to answer for me. Also, I don't like thinking really hard. Okay, so we have the shotgun. We've got 25 shells for that. 29. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally missed the super chat. KMM8, thank you for the $5, man. I go to a certain GameStop, and I feel like they rip me off or not pay for my trade-ins. I wanted to bring this to attention. I wanted to bring this to everyone's attention. I think that that's a pretty common experience in GameStop, which sucks. I have a buddy who works at GameStop, and I mean, even he admits, listen, it sucks here. We give you bullshit for your trade-ins. I feel like movies bring people together too. They absolutely do. All of my friends and I met because I'm into horror. Fuck yeah, man. Absolutely, little boys. Yeah, you know, and the same thing with me. I have friends that I was already friends with. Like, we're cool with each other, but like our shared taste in cinema leveled that friendship up to a new level. You know what I mean? How do I equip you? Do you take up 2 slots? I don't get it. Oh, you're not finished, are you? Are you? Can use different ammo types. No, it's totally... Okay, so let's see. No? Do I get rid of the knife, perhaps? I'm still working my way through remembering this game. And let's move you... like right here, maybe? And then... Oh, okay, so what if we pull one of these ones here? Now we do this, and then boom. That's what it was. Okay, I'm dumb. There we go. That's what we want, and then let's get some healing. Shit. I feel like 4 is going to be enough for that fight for sure, right? Handgun ammo 17. Might as well get some more of that. There we go. Nice. And we'll get rid of that powder. I feel like we should keep this handgun for this boss fight too. Has anyone else experienced? Oh yeah, I've experienced that at GameStop for sure. So I have this policy of not selling any games that I don't have duplicates of, because I've never sold an individual game before in my life. I've tried to keep every single game I've ever owned, which is cool because when I play through a game on for a video on YouTube, there's like a sentimental value to it. So I can talk about it, and then I can really like just, I don't know, get back to that time when I first experienced it. But I've been to GameStop before to get rid of duplicates I had. And yeah, they'll fuck you if they can. I'm lucky enough to have a game shop here near where I am called the 8-Bit Hall of Fame, which big shout out. If you guys, he is a fucking killer guy. And it's you know, it's an independent shop, so this guy doesn't need to answer to any like corporate leaders or anything like that, and that motherfucker will work with you. I have this policy. I never spend more than $20 on a single retro game, which I know sounds dumb. I have to, because I collected so many games for so long that I would be broke if I didn't have that rule. And I'll pick up a game that's like $25. I'll put it on the counter and he'll go, all right, I'll give it to you for 20. Like, and it's not like I've tried to pressure him into it or anything. He's just that nice of a guy. Solid fucking dude. Jared, where do you see retro games 50 years from now? Retro consoles won't last forever. Abandoned apparition. You're absolutely right. And I think flash carts are going to replace a lot of game collecting, which sucks to say, because if you guys know me, you know I'm a man who owns physical copies first and foremost. I think it's going to start heading in the way of flash media, optical disc drive emulators as well. And if you want my opinion, I think we're already living in that future, because FPGA, hardware-based emulation, is so fucking accurate at this point, especially stuff by like Analog. Someone who has a SNES capable of outputting RGB, I will tell you right now, 9 out of 10 times, I'm going to hook up my Analog Super NT, which I have to thank Grant in the chat for, by the way. He's a fucking sweetheart. Did I save it? I have OCD. We got to save it. Anyways, I will hook that up 9 times out of 10 because it's accurate. If I look at the two games side by side on both consoles, I'm going to see the same thing, but I'm just getting a more pure, pristine video output from the Super NT. And I think most retro consoles are going to be replaced by FPGA emulation, hardware emulation, very soon. I'm not one of those guys who likes, this is going to sound, I don't like the Mister, because I don't like the idea of having all my consoles in one box like that. You know, I like the idea of having separate consoles that I have different emotions for, right? But I think having a dedicated, like when the PS2, when the copyright runs out on the hardware inside of it, I think we're going to see a PlayStation. I think we're on the verge of seeing a PS1 FPGA console. I think that's where things are headed. Also, you know what? I gotta pee. You guys cool for hanging out for a second while I go take a piss? You have to. I'm in charge. You can't not. Let me switch over real quick, and I will be right back a quick second, and hopefully I'll be able to catch up with the chat a little more. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back, guys. Boom. Okay, we're back. Sweet. Get the cans on good. Let me see. I saw Jack Balmer, filmmaker, said, "Do you think Ethan is a boring character?" I've heard a lot of people say that. I think he is, but I don't think it's like an insult to him as a character. He's just not given a lot of space to emote in this game. You can get aspects of his character from this game. You're just gonna have to look for it. You know what I mean? If you play through this and you aren't inclined to like him as a character, I don't think the game does anything to push you towards that, if you know what I mean. Outward says, "Good day, mate. Been watching your series and I love it." Well, fuck yeah, man. I appreciate the love. Grim Pyro X. What's up, Jared? Good to see you slaying some RE7 and hope all's good. After game collecting, I started taking up so much space, I switched to digital formats. I totally get that. I actually did the opposite. I started with digital. Okay, still not there. I started with digital. I had a huge digital library. So I'm a big fan of like a digital collection of movies and TV shows, because a lot of the stuff that I watch is like Japanese dramas that have been subtitled, that there aren't any, official DVD releases for here in the US and stuff. So I have a big digital library for movies and TV shows, and I wanted to incorporate games into that as well. So I run Kodi, what used to be Xbox Media Center, which is a really cool aggregator for like all of your media. And they have a plugin that lets you host your games in the same aggregated format that you would your movies and stuff. So I downloaded a shit ton of fucking ISO, Saturn ISOs, PS2, all that stuff. And I really enjoyed it. But every time I would play a game on an emulator, I would run across something little, like the graphics don't look quite right here. And I would think to myself, is this the emulator that's doing that? Does this happen in the base game? Like if I was playing like Nocturne, I would feel the urge to hook up my PS2 and put them side by side. For example, when you scale PS2 games, the 2D assets sometimes, if it's a non-integer scale, the 2D assets will have little hitches in them. And that's an imperfection. And I would be like, I can only see that. So I switched over to real hardware. Round about a year before I started this channel, so 7 or 8 years ago, and I just never looked back. I enjoy it so much. Luckily, I'm lucky to have a house here where I have an okay amount of storage space. Cam M8 with $9.99. Thank you, man. I returned, I assume that's The Last of Us 2, 48 hours later on time, and brought one of my broken PS4 controllers to trade in for $13. Wait. So you turned in The Last of Us 2 2 days later and a controller and you got 13. I think they're fucking you, man. I think they're fucking you. That sucks, dude. Yeah, I might start going to a different GameStop if I were you. I don't mean to laugh at you or anything. I'm not trying to make you feel like I'm making a joke out of it. It's just like that's rough. That is the stereotype for fucking GameStop. I'm gonna be really pissed if I didn't bring my flamethrower and I need it. Jared, do you like the Saw movies? Not particularly. I remember going to the theaters to see the first one when it launched, but I don't have a specific affinity for them. They're okay, I guess. I don't dislike them. KMMA with $4.99. Thank you, man. I returned the game and something wasn't right. Oh, geez, GameStop sucks. Yeah, I mean, 2 days later, $13 on a $60 purchase. That's not great return on investment for sure. I think they might be fucking you, dude. Yeah, I don't really get into horror movies per se. I'm not really a big fan of horror movies. I like zombie movies more than anything. I need to start just taking these as soon as I get them because there's no point actually. Maybe after I'm done with the boss fight. Game in the UK is just as bad. Is that like a store just called Game? $13 The Last of Us 2. That's fair trade. I don't know. Like I said before in the stream, I don't really. I don't know. Like I'm not far enough in to where I can definitively say, "Yo, this game's fucking solid." I don't get it. I don't get the hate. So far, it's been pretty enjoyable for me. Yeah, I needed the fucking flamethrower. God damn it, Jared. Why do you do this to yourself? You knew it was gonna happen. You fucking knew it. And there's no way we can get back, can we? We're going to have to wait until we finish this boss fight first. And then I said it to myself, and I knew that it was going to happen, and then I did it. I got no one to blame but myself. Mike Newton. Jared, what do you think about The Last of Us 2? I like it. I think it's not as emotionally impactful as the first game, which would be really hard to do. I think that they have a different goal with this game than the first game did. I think the first game, they strictly wanted to tell an interesting and emotionally fucking gut punch of a story. I think in this one, cards on the table, they flat out, I think it's undeniable they had an agenda to push. And you may agree with that agenda. That's perfectly valuable. Valid. It's perfectly valid that you agree with the agenda they're trying to push. My only argument is, if you're pushing that agenda at the cost of your story, maybe that's where we're running into problems. Now, me personally, I'm able to set a lot of that stuff aside. You're going to have to pander really hard before I say, no, I don't enjoy this video game. But I'm not seeing that they're doing it to a degree that people should be really, really turned off by it, in my opinion. The hate for The Last of Us 2 feels forced by so many people. I think a lot of people look at it in a way where it's not better than the first, so it's a bad game. Yeah, I would say it's definitely not better than the first for sure. I don't think it's as good as the first, to be totally honest with you, but that's because I think the dynamic between Joel and Ellie, that was magic, honestly. I mean, for me personally, just fucking magic. It worked so well. But as a guy, you have this kind of a tendency towards wanting to protect someone who's like weak, and especially if it's like a girl, like a teenage girl. As a man, you're going to want to protect some teenage girl that's in trouble, right? So I think it plays on a lot of my own internal biases, but the chemistry between Dina and Ellie, not a good replacement. And now we're ready for Marjorie too. Boom. There we go. Imagine if you grabbed a guy and he just shot you in the face with a shotgun, disrespectfully like that. Speaking of horror films, have you seen The Terrifier? No, that doesn't sound familiar. Okay, so real quick, does anybody know, is there a weak spot other than, do I shoot the bee vagina nest that she has, is that like doing more damage, or should I just go for headshots? Because I do not remember. Oh, Jesus Christ. The distended bell. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. Go, 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 go. There's something about things with elongated limbs that scares the fuck out of me. I used to have this dream. This is such a stupid dream. I used to have this dream about, like, these zombies with really long arms and legs. And they were dressed in, like, the striped uniforms that that Nazis would make Jews wear in concentration camps, and they spoke in Russian in my dream in a very distorted, like, deep, low voice. If anybody's ever played Stalker, do you know when you get inside the CNPP and there's that voice constantly saying stuff in Russian? That's literally, I swear to God, when I was like 15 years old, that's the voice I heard from these things in my head, in my dream. Oh, fuck. So I have this fear of things with elongated limbs because of that. So when I see something, it's inherently creepy to me for a reason I can't quite explain. It's pretty good music too. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. Don't. I don't want that. Fuck off with that shit. Oh, gross. Get your fucking vagina under control, please. Okay, your flailing hurts me. I don't like that. Let's heal. Oh, you know what? We forgot we can skip animations. Oh, I forgot who told me that in the chat, but thank you if you're in the chat still. I totally forgot about canceling animations with block. The stealth in The Last of Us 2 is much better. It is better. I would say it still doesn't work as well as I would like it to. I think this might be just my own personal hang-up because I am very, very bad at aiming with sticks. I can't use controllers to play shooters, especially third-person, first-person shooters, which I think are the only shooters. I don't know. I would say especially. I don't know if that's actually doing damage. Okay, it probably is. Oh, gross. Ew. I don't want you anywhere near me, let alone on top. I saw that fucking coming. What would you say is the scariest RE game ever made? So that's kind of hard to answer for one really stupid but smart reason. When I first played Resident Evil 1, I was like 13 years old and a big fucking baby. I think a lot of times, like, just living and watching the news and watching movies and playing video games, you get desensitized to a lot of the gruesome stuff that happens in video games and stuff. But with Resident Evil, we were in the PS1 era. We were still kind of new to all that stuff, right? So I would say Resident Evil 1 because of the effect it had on me. But in reality, I would probably say the Resident Evil 1 remake would be the most effective horror game as far as, like, if you consider it like an actual, like, if we're talking about horror game stuff and not just my own personal experience with stuff. But yeah, I think Resident Evil 1 makes a strong argument for the scariest of all of them, but just because I experienced that game when I was fucking young. Dino Crisis Room save theme? Yes. Just Dino Crisis 2 in general. I think did I stream that? I played that recently. I either streamed it here or on Twitch, and that was a fucking fun time. Get your vagina under control, please. Jared from Outlet. You know what's crazy is I don't listen to myself when I talk, so I never remember what I say. And sometimes I'll hear, like, someone in chat will put a quote of what I just said, and I'll go, why the fuck? Like, I don't even know why I said that. would I say this is the scariest RE game? No, I wouldn't say it's the scariest, but I would say it is fucking scary. I'm not trying to take away from the game, but it is not, in my opinion, the scariest of all the RE games. It comes close. It hits a lot of very visceral notes for me, where my gut reaction is to be terrified. But what I like is the slow building atmosphere of the original Resident Evil games. This game does a good job of, you would assume, because we're in this small residence, I mean small in terms of video game worlds, that this would be as isolating as the other Resident Evil games, but there are protagonists, there antagonists and protagonists that we can interact with verbally. Whereas in Resident Evil, it was once in a great while. I know that in this house, there is at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people just walking around that I could come across. I don't feel alone in this house. Whereas in Resident Evil 2, I know Claire is somewhere in the precinct. Or in Resident Evil 1, I know Wesker's somewhere out there. But they're all lost. We don't interact with them, right? Barry's out there, and every once in a while we'll interact with him. But there's something about Resident Evil's isolation that doesn't exactly come across here in RE7. It's not that, like I'm saying, it's not that this is a bad game. It has a very different feel. You can't really, I think the isolation, or it's not so much the isolation, the horror that comes from RE7 is a very Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I don't understand what's happening around me, these people are insane type of horror, right? Where the horror in Resident Evil 2 is, holy shit, the whole city has come under attack from the Walking Dead, and we're the only motherfuckers left alive, essentially. KC Coleman with $3.99. Any thoughts on The Last of Us 2? I have plenty of thoughts on The Last of Us 2. I would say that it is pretty fucking good. And I don't think the hate is so much warranted for the game, but I haven't finished it yet, so I may get to the end and end up fucking hating it. You never know. Oh, I thought that fan, like, at the corner of my eye, the fan was moving, and I was like, dude, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, what do you want now, fool? Fucking break yourself. What do you got? What do you got? Fuck you. How about that, asshole? RE5 is the scariest, I would say. Something about huge boulders just sends chills down my spine. You know what? Honestly, yeah, I think RE5, most of what made RE5 scary was its setting. I think Africa was such a good setting for a horror game because you have this unknown aspect. Like, we here in America specifically, we don't know anything about how Africa works, the people in Africa, how their customs or anything. It's this foreignness, for lack of a better word. It's just so foreign to us, and it's like a politically, oh god damn it, you piece of shit. It's in political, like, what's the word? Turbulence at all times. So there's always the chance of violence breaking out, right? There's the fact that, like, the natural world will kill you in Africa, right? Like, there was a lot to be scared about with. Jesus. This is the grossest fucking boss fight anyone's ever made before. Boom. Boom. Yeah, we know how to cancel this shit like fucking experts, son. Yeah, I think Africa was such a good setting. It just worked really well with the game, with its feel. It worked really well with this idea, like this contrast between, like, supreme. You'd walk into a house that had, like, no lights on. It was incredibly dark. And you'd walk outside, and the sun was bright as hell, but there was this darkness that came with it because the sun was so bright, it created this contrast, this incredible, like, visible contrast between the light and the shadow in the environment. Oh, God, it works so well. Now, chill, fool. Don't fuck with me. I do not like you. Oh, Doolies. Suck my fucking ass. You bug vagina. I don't know an insult that would actually hurt her feelings, to be honest. Maybe we might need to use some handgun ammo. Just start popping her from far away. I remember when RE5 was coming out, they were going to use a mechanic where Chris would get hallucinations from being overheated by the sun, but they discarded it sadly. I think that would have been really cool. That would have been, you know, okay, so not knowing what it could have been like and seeing it in action, it would have been interesting to see that play into the game, but I could see that kind of being an extra, maybe an extra layer of frustrating difficulty on top of a game that was kind of sort of difficult. It was more technically difficult than other Resident Evil games, because in other Resident Evil games, the difficulty kind of came from item management and understanding your surroundings and getting an idea for your resources, whereas the difficulty in Resident Evil 5 more or less came from, I'm gonna have to go get my fucking flamethrower, aren't I? Difficulty in RE5 came from technical gameplay skill, like, are you good at playing the game? Like, how fast can you hit the shoot button? How quick can you get out of a blank situation? You know what I mean? Let's just let him kill me. Say fuck it. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to... We're testing the mechanics at this point. We're going to have to bring the flamethrower. There's no getting around it. Do you have any concerns about RE8? I mostly have concerns about RE8. I don't... It doesn't look like a Resident Evil game to me, but... I'm going to keep my mouth shut until I put my hands on it. And by that, I mean I'm going to keep jabbing at it from live streams until I touch it. Okay, so we'll bring the flamethrower with us. We already got the Magnum rounds, right? Yep. Should we get rid of the knife? Because that's good for when those wasps show up. That's going to be more fucking room that we can't spare for the goddamn ammo, though. Where's my ammo? I know we're going to get some in there, but... I wonder if the strong... What is well, that... Let's do this. Let's put you away for right now. And let's get the strong chem fluid. And maybe we will combine that and see what that... Okay. I didn't mean to do that, but alright. I did not know that happened. Okay, so that's useful. But we also need flamethrower fuel as well. So maybe don't do that again. That should work. Yeah. I'd say visually the only problem with RE5 is how brown and desaturated it can look, because it kind of went for that cliche look of the early 2000s. Wept, I will agree with you, but I'm going to say this personally. I've never understood why the gray-brown look got so much shit. Like, I understand it's easy to shit on something that's done all the time. Like, if you see something that's a stereotype, it's easy to go like, ah, fuck, I don't get into that. Stylistically speaking, I think that, you know, there's value in that gray-brown muted colors thing. It adds a bit of grittiness to the look of a game that might not have been achievable otherwise, you know? Hey, Victor Perez with $4.99. Thanks, man. I was really sad that the SH game rumor wasn't announced at the Sony event. Sony Japan and the OG director of the first SH game are working on it, supposedly. Victor, I may be out of the loop on this one, so don't take my word as gospel, but from what I hear, I thought that they were working on a horror game, and I think everybody assumed it was Silent Hill, but I think it was a Sony thing, and not so much a Konami thing. I don't, like I said before, I don't think Konami will ever give up the rights for Silent Hill, especially to Sony. I just don't think that's going to happen. But I get you being disappointed. It would be nice if there was another Silent Hill game. I don't necessarily trust too many people with the property because not a lot of people understand how it works, which can be proven if you've ever played one of the later Silent Hill games. But still, it would be an interesting experiment. I didn't mean to do that. I thought it was the flamethrower. God damn it. Fuck. It might be too late. I might be too tired to play this game right now. That doesn't mean we're going to stop. The train's got to keep on going, man. Jared, do you think RE4 deserves / needs a remake? No, I do not. And it's not to shit on the game itself. I really liked RE4. I don't think I like it as much as everyone else seems to, but it's a good game. It's solid, fun. I think it has terrible pacing issues that people aren't willing to admit to because it's most of the time, I know this is generalizing, Resident Evil 4 was a lot of people's first Resident Evil game. I just flat out know that to be true. Because Resident Evil 4 came about at a time when the PS2 was around, and the GameCube wasn't as big as the PS2, but the PS2 put gaming on the map. Like, if there's one thing that Sony did, it was they literally made gaming a household name with the PS2. More so than they ever did before. Oh. Like, the PS2 still to this day is the best-selling video game console. I think the Wii may have just narrowly beat it out, maybe, but that was after the PS2's day. So I think a lot of people were getting into gaming for the first time when RE4 came out. So it makes sense that a lot of them would have played Resident Evil for the first time through experiencing RE4. And I think because of that, a lot of people have like their first time nostalgia with the series through that game. And I'm not trying to shit on it. I think that's why it's so popular. And as far as the remake goes, I don't think a remake is warranted because if you look at current Resident Evil right now, okay, am I supposed to not see you there? If you look at current Resident Evil right now, it controls like Resident Evil 4. Current Resident Evil is Resident Evil 4. The control scheme was thought up in RE4. Everybody knows that. We still use the same exact over-the-shoulder theme. We still use the same exact motifs that RE4 used. So I don't think that a remake is necessarily needed because the games still function that way. With RE2 remake and RE3 remake, the goal was to take these old, outdated games and put them in a more modern context by using a modern control scheme and modern graphics, right? With RE4, we've already had an HD remaster within the last few years, and the series still controls that way. So it's not like we're getting anything new from it, you know? That's my issue with the remake of RE4. But that being said, there are things that need to be improved on, and I'm interested to see them do that. Okay. All right. I didn't. Okay. So here's a question. I've lived in small rural towns before. I don't actually hear people use the insult city boy very often. Is that something you guys found to be true? Okay, maybe we can use this without her jumping on me, perhaps. Oh, I'm sorry, I totally missed that. Cam MA with $1.99. Thank you, man. I'm buzzing. Gonna make food. All right, dude. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good one, dude. I'll see you next time. Or will I? I will. I can hear you. Alright, gotta get out the old thrower of flames. I hope that killed it, because I didn't want to spend any more time around her. Alright, we're gonna run. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Let's do it. Let's do it. I got fucking energy now. You can't fuck with me. Okay, maybe you can a little bit. Don't... Ew, gross, please. Don't show me your gross bug vagina. I wouldn't do that to you. Oh, Jesus Christ. She, like, cocoons. Ah, it's amazing. I love it. Damn, this game is good. I totally forgot how good this game is. The Wii still isn't... Oh, no! What have you done? Hold on, I have to clean this up now. Fuck. Damn it. My fucking mouse mat is going to smell like Mountain Dew game fuel now. Whoever commented that about the Wii not coming close to the PS2, you caused this. This is all your fault. This is not enough. Fuck. All right. There we go. That was the biggest party foul. And it spilled on my mouse mat, which is going to maintain the stickiness for a real good long time. So that's good. Let's wipe you off. Nice and easy. Now all we have to do is wait for this to get really sticky, and we'll be set. You took your time with that boss? Yeah, I kind of forget how all of this stuff's work. I haven't fought her in, since I made a... This makes my overnight shift go by so much faster. Loving the streams. Hell yeah, average gamer. Happy to help out. Snake989 says, nope, I've lived in small towns all my life. Yeah. See, I'm glad it wasn't just me. I have lived in Clarksville, Tennessee. I've lived in Smith Station, Alabama. A bunch of small, you could probably call them hick towns. Ellerslie, Georgia. I've just never heard anybody say, yeah, city boy. I've been called city boy once. It was less an insult and more a person who didn't know my name. Yeah, well, there you go. I like my bosses wet too. I don't know if I said that, but... always took their death scenes to be like calcifying. That makes sense. Is that something like Fungus does? Because that would actually kind of fit the theme a little bit, right? Are you a fan of any Souls games, Jared? Is that Shay Smithers? You know what? If you would have asked me that, like, I don't know, a few months ago, I would have said no. But I started playing Bloodborne recently, and I really like it. I didn't used to like Souls games very much at all. Okay, so I'm going to need to come back here for sure. I just don't know how I'm going to get out. There we go. I unlocked it on purpose because I meant to. All right, there we go. So I kind of want to get into Sekiro. That'd be fun. Because the only thing that's keeping me back before is because I really did not like Souls games. And it was mostly because of the hitboxes. Because I had played Demon's Souls back when that first released at launch. And I always thought the atmosphere was cool and the graphics were kind of interesting. They did some really interesting tricks with the PS3 to get a better... They did a lot of stuff with post-processing to kind of... Oh, there we go. I don't know why that took so long to happen. They did a lot of post-processing tricks that allowed the game to look much better than it otherwise should have. But I did not like the hitboxes. I didn't like a lot of the core gameplay loop. And even playing Bloodborne now and enjoying it, I still hate it. But it's like a fun kind of hate. You know what I mean? It's like when things are going good, you're like, yeah, I'm the fucking man. And then one thing will happen that's fucking like out of your control. And an enemy that usually has a 2-hit combo will string together 3 2-hit combos in a row with enough stagger that you can't block, you can't dodge, you can't do anything, and you die for totally reasons outside of your control. Other than the argument that you could have said, like, well, you shouldn't have been anywhere near that guy who's doing that combo. But if it's a game based on combat, I don't think that holds up quite as well. Yeah, that'll be good there. Yeah. Do we have any of those? Y'all got any of them drugs? Here we go. Let's head over there and see what we can find. You're more likely to hear an insult like somebody calling somebody else a hick. I think I even said, when I said I come from like hick towns. Yeah, these streams make late nights less lonely. God, that's depressing. Well, you know what? I mean, if it makes you feel better, I mean, even though my wife is laying down right and then not the next room, but a few rooms over, it's fun hanging out with you guys. So for sure. Fucking give me a username. Thoughts on Dr. Disrespect stuff. So I don't really know enough, I guess, to talk about it, which I guess none of us really do. Nobody, as far as I know, the last time I checked in, which, you know, was a few hours ago, which is an eternity in internet time, we still didn't know why he got banned. I think I think there's one reason and one reason alone why Twitch shouldn't tell anybody why he's banned. And the only reason that makes sense to me is that they're either him or they are involved in a legal dispute. If somebody brought charges against him and Twitch isn't legally able to speak about those charges, that's the only reason that they shouldn't tell anyone. Other than that, it's totally fucking, it's bullshit that they haven't told him or anyone why he's banned. But like I said, I don't know so much about it that I could give you like a informed opinion on the matter. So hopefully I haven't like talked out of turn or anything. Have you ever played Cry of Fear? Very decent horror game made from the Half-Life 1 engine. Yeah, actually, I made a video on Cry of Fear years and years ago. It's not exactly a video that I'm proud of because, you know, I used to really suck at making content on YouTube. Some would argue I still do. But yeah, I liked Cry of Fear a lot. It was very, very interesting. The enemy design was terrifying. Those one doll enemies that screamed when you killed them. Oh, creepy as fuck. Very interesting game. Probably should have brought my knife instead of wasting handgun ammo, huh? You know, that's what you do when you're the best. You fuck everything up. I think that's all the items, right? I'd be able to see it if not. So here's my question. Even when I'm at full health, I have this blood on the upper left-hand side of my screen. Why the fuck is that? Like, is this a glitch? There shouldn't be blood on my screen at all times, even at full health. Like, am I crazy for thinking that? I know I'm not on full health right now, but yeah. I'm streaming from the ass end of WV. This hick loves the stream, man. Well, fuck yeah, man. Good to hear it. Like I said, I've moved inside the hick circles. So I was born in Miami, and I spent a little over half of my life in Miami, right? But I have lived all over the place. Just name a state in the Bible Belt, and I've lived there, essentially. And I just always come back to Florida. Oh, Kuon, yeah, on the PS2. I haven't played it yet. I do have it, and I want to do a video on it. And one of my patrons actually made a really cool suggestion. where I should do a video, and the basis of the video is kind of like, if you like this survival horror game, here's an alternative you might get into. So like, you know, if you like Silent Hill 2, here's a psychological PS2, you know, survival horror title, something in that vein. I think that's a really good idea, and I think Kuon would make a great addition to that, because then there's Deep Fear we could use, Cold Fear could be, like, there's so many good, like, what you could call survival horror clones that are really, really good. Must have been assault or ST. ST, sexual. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's what I'm thinking. But if they are banning him for that, I think he deserves to know that's the reason. I don't know, like, to be honest with you, Dr. Disrespect kind of seems like a fucking piece of shit, if I'm being totally honest. He seems like a fucking asshole, and I don't really give a shit that he's banned specifically, per se. I just think the situation around his banning doesn't seem right. And the whole point of holding an opinion is you hold that opinion even when it has to do with people maybe you don't like so much or something. So to be consistent, which I try to be, even though I don't give a shit about Dr. Disrespect, I don't give a fuck about his career, I think it's fucked up that Twitch can ban him without giving a reason, because that means Twitch can ban you or me without giving us a reason. And, you know, it's the same, it's that same free speech argument. If you don't support free speech for people you fucking despise, then you don't support it at all. And it's the same thing with everything else. Like, just because I don't like Dr. Disrespect doesn't mean he deserves, you know, bad shit that happens to him. So at the very least, Twitch can ban them, and they're a private company. They could ban people for whatever fucking reason they want, honestly. The only thing that they are obliged to do is to, oh, I have the lantern. That's right, I'm an idiot. The only thing they're obliged to do is stick to their own rules. So if they make a rule that says we will never ban someone for saying the word fuck, and they ban someone and the reason is saying the word fuck, legally they can ban whoever they want. It's their platform. You don't have a right to their platform. But morally, and I think you could probably, not even morally, legally you could probably be forgiven for bringing a lawsuit against Twitch for not following their own terms of service. Adrian says, all right, I'm heading to bed. Great stream, Jared. Had fun chatting with y'all. Stay cool. See you in the next one. Fuck yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out. Honestly, guys, those of you that are like, this is still really fucking fun. I appreciate the hell out of everyone coming and hanging out. Everyone who's super chatted, or if you liked the stream, or if you shared it around, or commented and had a conversation with me. It's fucking awesome. I'm having a goddamn blast out here. Okay, so we have the lantern, so we can go get that weird hand thing. I think we're good. I think we're going to be okay, guys. Let's, real quick, because I have OCD. That's better. If you don't mind me asking, why have you lived all over the place? My friend is from Florida, and we used to give him shit about his accent, and he was hairy as fuck, but a good guy. I am, I guess, relatively hairy, except for on the top of my head. We moved around a lot because my dad, my dad used to work really weird jobs, and he grew up only really being good or skillful at construction. That was like his thing. So a lot of times my dad would be out of work, and neither of my parents had college degrees. So my mom was a waitress and my dad was a construction worker, and we would essentially move around based on where big construction projects were happening. Because let's say we moved to Atlanta, Georgia, because at the time Atlanta was really building up its infrastructure to make room, not make room for, but to prepare for, the city had this new initiative where they wanted film and TV stuff to happen there. Like they wanted to give a bunch of big like tax exemptions and stuff to people filming TV shows and shit like that. So my dad moved there in anticipation that that would mean more people would move there, because he's like a residential guy. He does residential construction. And he was right. There was a lot of construction to be done. So he would do that, and then we would move around to somewhere else when that would happen. We moved to Tennessee, in Clarksville, Tennessee. And that would just keep happening that way until we moved back down to Miami. And we were living in Miami, and my dad decided, and this is who inspired me to be who I am today, by the way. If you were ever wondering how I do what I do, or why I do what I do, it's my dad was my biggest influence, because here was a guy who had no college education, who didn't understand computers in the slightest. He picked up a book on SQL Server, taught himself programming languages, taught himself network infrastructure communication, and got himself a job in that line of work in the neighborhood of 3 years. He picked up books. That's how he learned his books. He's always been a reader. And he sat in front of a computer and forced himself to learn not only how to use computers, but how to use them in a very technically proficient way. Not like your home grade stuff. He understood server equipment. Like, it's still to this day, I could build a PC right now far better than my father could. I'm more knowledgeable on current PC trends, but he right now could tell me what's going on in server rooms that I've never even heard of before, right? So he did that, and he got jobs which made him move around again. So they would essentially just hire him out to other companies, and then he started working for the government. And what he would eventually do is what he does now. He works for the Army, essentially. And when the Army buys up a branch of some type of technological division, my dad goes in to the new company's servers and makes sure that they can communicate with the Army servers. So that means fixing hardware, software difficulties, stuff like that. So we moved around a lot because for the longest time, my dad could barely find a job. And then after that, for the longest time, he had a job that caused him to move around. So we just moved all the time. Mr. Go on Fate Team with the $2. I saw you super chat. I was in the middle of the story. Thank you, man. I think The Last of Us, Tommy, is godlike invisible. So I'm at the point now where I'm just getting... Oh, shit, that actually kind of scared me. I'm at the point now where I'm just kind of following his footsteps in the Seattle quarantine zone. And I just love coming up on little spots where he's killed and tortured people, or you found like his horse and stuff. That's cool as fuck. Who needs this many shoes of the same exact brand? Oh right. Hey Jared, any favorite kung fu? I don't know how to say that word. Or otherwise fighty flicks. Obviously anything with Tony Jaa is killer. And if you haven't seen it yet, The Raid, R-A-I-D. Oh, martial arts, just ultra violence, brutality. Oh, it's such a good film. I like that a lot. I don't get into Chinese martial arts films too much because I don't like the floaty wire fu style stuff. But there are some Chinese flicks that have your more brutal kind of realistic hits actually connect kind of stuff. I will tell you this right now. Who asked me that? Ulysses. Right now, Ulysses, you stop whatever you're doing. First off, I'm going to stop what I'm doing. Hey, what's up, Spark Moving? How you doing? Ulysses, stop whatever you're doing right now. Go find yourself a Japanese film called Crow Zero. Get that, and then while you're at it, get the other two, Crows 2 and Crows Explode. 3 of the best... They're not martial arts movies. Okay, so here's how it is. Here you go. Crow Zero is based on a manga, and the idea is there's this school called Suzuran, and it's a school where like Yankees go. They're like miscreants, criminals, like young kids who like can't function in regular schools. They get in trouble all the time. They're rebellious as fuck. They're always fighting and shit. Suzuran is a school where you send those people, like fuck-ups, right? And teachers don't even bother teaching in the school anymore. The school is literally just a place where legally these kids have to sit for like 8 hours a day, right? So they're in this school, and the point of the school, the students have created this goal, and the goal is to beat the shit out of everybody in the school until you are the top and you're the strongest guy there. And It's not an individual thing. The idea is what they do is they'll start fighting and fighting and fighting, and you'll go to a class, beat the shit out of the strongest dude in that class. Now that class is yours. They follow you, right? And then there's a whole friendship drama that takes place. There's brutal fist fights, people kicking each other in the head. It is... If you like attractive Japanese men and you want to see them beat the piss out of each other, there you go. You cannot do any better than that. The raid does rule, yes. It absolutely does. Oh, listen, Train to Busan? That's where my heart is right there. That's one of the best zombie movies made in years. Years, one of the best. And the second one looks fucking incredible. I don't know if it's out yet. I saw a trailer a long time ago. But essentially, like, parts of Korea have been just walled off, and then the military goes in, and there's still zombies there and stuff. It looks fucking sick. Everyone, you never know when you need a shoe to throw at people passing at you. That's true. What plate do you have? What do you mean, what plate? I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Jared, how is your Japanese reading coming along? Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. I would love to... Fuck, I wish I wasn't playing a video game. If I was on Twitch... Jesus Christ, don't do that to me. I would get out some Japanese to read because I'm actually pretty proud of how my hiragana is coming. I will totally fess up to the fact that I have not been studying katakana like I should, and I still can only read one character of kanji, and that's samurai because I'm a fucking dork. But I'm getting really, really, really comfortable with hiragana. There might be like 3 characters that I don't recognize right off the bat, but I'm really having fun with hiragana. But does it match the story of Ricky? Oh, Ricky O? It's not as gory as Ricky O, but the violence is just as fucking ridiculous. Just in a more grounded, kind of down-to-earth type of way. Crow Zero, now you're talking my language. Listen, it's the only language that needs to be spoken. Crow Zero is one of the... No joke, I'm dead serious. Crow Zero is one of the best films I've ever watched. She's going to be in front of my face, isn't she? Nope. That would have been the way to do it, honestly. Kick your little ball. There we go. Yeah, Crow Zero is one of my favorite films of all time. It goes Crow Zero, Clue, The Thing. What else do I like to watch? Dumb and Dumber. And me and a friend have an obsession with Forrest Gump. My buddy actually got Forrest Gump tattooed on his leg, like a black and white shaded portrait. It's pretty sick. There's a prequel to Train to Busan called Seoul Station 1. Is that the animated one, Wade Hatfield? I remember I watched the animated one on Netflix, I think. The one that's tied to Train to Busan. It was good-ish. I would have wanted a little bit more. I kind of liked the whole homeless people like thing. Like showing like the lowest run of society and stuff. Like I kind of enjoyed that and how people turned on each other. But holy hell, that fucking movie was depressing as fuck. I spent a month in Japan. Wonderful place. Oh, it's amazing. I fucking love Japan so much. I've told this story a million times, but once me and my wife were in Shinjuku Station, and for those of you that don't know, Shinjuku Station is the size of a fucking city, it seems like. It is a gigantic train station. And it's not just like they have a north, east, and west exit. There's like north A and west B and C and D. So when we first went to Japan, Google Maps didn't work there. I don't know why. It just didn't. Even if you were on Wi-Fi, it didn't matter. Google Maps just flat out did not work. It's so grody. So what we had to do was follow actual paper maps, which I know is disgusting to think about. Oh, hey, what's up? So we would be following this map, and we were walking around Shinjuku Station, and we had this map unfolded, and this really, really sweet Japanese girl saw that we were kind of lost. She could see it in our faces as we were walking. And she came up, oh, fuck. And she asked, like, excuse me, do you need some help? And we're like, oh, yeah, actually, that would be perfect. We're looking for, such and such exit. And if this tells you anything about how big Shinjuku Station is, this woman who lives in Tokyo didn't know where that exit of the station was. So we're like, yeah, we're looking for this exit. And she goes, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know where that is. And then she grabbed my hand. She said, come here. And then she went with us and grabbed a Japanese guy and asked that guy where it is. And then when that guy told her, the two of them, they didn't point us the way. They walked us to the exit and up the stairs and pointed where we had to go. Like, if I was in Miami riding the Metro Rail, or if I was in New York riding the fucking train, nobody would do that for me. Japan is a really interesting place in that sense. I really like it a lot. People are nice to you, and a lot of times, as far as like, I don't know, like the service industry goes, you can tend to say like, oh, they're not really being nice to you. It's a politeness thing. It's not actual like kindness. There's some truth to that. That is kind of true. But I will say I've been treated nicer in Tokyo than I have in almost any city I've ever lived in before. The people there are just very, very nice to you on their face. Oh, well, fuck. Okay. It's a very cool place. I like it a lot. See, this is actually the good part of the game, where you have enough ammo to fight these things and it not be a huge deal. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh, no. All right. This is not a good... Oh, fuck. Okay. We're doing fine, guys. This is easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. There we go. I was in Shinjuku. This was about 10 years ago. Daily pilgrimage to the Pokemon Center. Went to Yakiniku Black Hole. So I have a buddy of mine. We always, so I go to Japan with like a set group of people, my wife and one other guy, and then we always bring someone new every trip we take. And the guy that we always go with, Ray, he has this just tradition. He has to visit all the Pokemon centers in every fucking every ward we're in. So if we're in like Harajuku, we got to find the Pokemon Center. Like, we went to the one in Sumida probably 6 times last time we were there. So does your job deal in computers? Sorry for the dumb question. No, that's just a hobby of mine. I love building PCs. I technically kind of sort of don't have a job. I just do YouTube. YouTube pays the bills for the most part. I have a Patreon, and then I get my ad revenue from YouTube, and then I have subscriptions on Twitch that I get revenue from. I have t-shirts that I sell on Redbubble. So all those put together, I make, a decent living off of that. And then on the side, I bounce at a bar because I have to justify this gym membership, right? I would actually hate to work with computers because I enjoy computers. And I wouldn't want that to be how I wouldn't want to be forced to interact with computers. I want to build them when I want to. You know what I mean? Adam McKnight, what's up, man? How you doing? The Japanese are exceedingly helpful. They can read English well, even if they can't speak it. Yeah, and even if they... Oh, shit. Creamy Elephant, what the fuck is up, man? How you been? I was thinking about you the other day. How attractive you are. Yeah, the Japanese understand a lot more English than even they want to let on. And you can tell because someone might not speak to you at all because they're nervous about using their English. But I tell you what, if you get them drunk, they will be throwing paragraphs in English at you. Like once, okay, so I have a buddy named Imran. Imagine someone like me, but twice my size. The motherfucker is this fucking thick from back to chest, I swear to God. And he's 6 something, like he's tall. So and he has way more tattoos than me, from wrist to shoulder, both legs tatted up completely. So we're walking around, we were in Kabukicho, and it was after work let out, so all the salarymen were drunk as fuck. And me and my buddy Imran are walking, just 2 big fucking tattooed guys, bald, bearded motherfuckers. This dude comes up to us, in between us, and puts his arm around both of our shoulders and goes, "Where are we going, boys?" I was like, fuck. I guess wherever the fuck you want, man. And that dude walked with us to the station. I would speak to him in Japanese because if he's going to use English on me, I'm going to practice Japanese on him. And it was fucking fun. Those dudes get loose when they get drunk. That's awesome. I still haven't been to Japan. I want to go so bad. So I would say now is the time, because the Japanese tourism board is about to start paying for a portion of your ticket just to get people going to Japan again. Creamy Elephant, well, you're only human. Don't ignore those precious crafting materials, delicious separating agents. Did I miss an item? I don't know if I did. You're probably right, though, honestly. I've heard some survival horror game puzzles were based on subway navigation. I would not be surprised. No joke, the Japanese train system is confusing. Like I said, when I first went there, Google Maps didn't work. If you go there now, if you type in Google Maps, I want to go to, I don't know, Odaiba. You want to go to like Diver City in Odaiba. You type that into Google Maps and it'll tell you, get on this train, get off this stop, make a transfer here. It'll tell you everything. We weren't able to use that when me and my wife first went there to get married. So I had a train line map that was in English. And I wish I still had it. I accidentally lost it on the way back on the trip. But I had a train line map that was in English, and that thing was frayed to fuck for me opening and it closing. I was studying it and figuring out where we could go, and it felt really cool because, you know, growing up in the South, here in Florida and in Georgia and everything like that, there's not a lot of mass transit, so I didn't get a lot of chances to do that as a kid. So now as an adult, I'm like figuring that shit out and feeling like a badass. What are your thoughts on the Evil Within games? I think the second one gets overlooked a lot. I will tell you, I really didn't like the first one. I tried it here on stream, and it was frustrating. A lot of it was the optimization. It was poorly optimized to a scary degree. But I did not like it. It didn't hit me very well at first. But I do want to give the second one a try because everyone says that's the game to play. So, okay, so check this out. This is what I was talking about in RE2 Remake. If you guys didn't see my video, the RE engine, not by default, but for this game in RE2 Remake, uses these dynamic lighting systems. So I'm inside a bright place, and I'm looking out to a dark place. So it's dark as fuck, right? If I turn around, you'll see the light change. There we go. So you can see the light levels actually drastically change dynamically. And it's very disorienting in Resident Evil 2 Remake because the camera is not stuck to your body. And you can kind of look around to parts. Your physical body can be in a dark part of the room where the camera is looking at a light part of the room, and the light levels will just freak the fuck out. Can you please shut up and play the game? There's a reason you have no viewers. Play the game, idiot. I feel like 165 people watching me play a fucking video game is a decent amount of viewers, man. Also, you could like, if you don't like hearing me talk so much, you could try sucking my dick or like kissing my ass or something. You could try one of those two things. That might help out. There's 164 people watching. It's 425. Chill out, my guy. Yeah, I feel like those are pretty good numbers, especially for someone like me who doesn't really stream. Okay, so I think the molded will be in the house now. Right? I think they will. So what do I have that I didn't have before? Because I wasn't really paying attention. Let's go to the save room and see. I might actually have to save it and go to sleep. I'm tired as fuck. Called her in. A bit of a long story, but the crows in Japan are nasty. Yes, they are. I have a Tokyo crow tattooed on my fucking arm there. Colossal, not afraid of people. No joke. These crows are this fucking tall. They could fuck you up. No joke, dude. A little kid walked up to one and waved his arms. 4 of them ganged up and screamed at him. Then this old woman was feeding them bread. A squirrel tried to take it. 6 of them took turns dive bombing the squirrel until it dropped the chunk. No, I believe it. Especially in like Yoyogi Park, those crows go ham. They don't fuck around. You're a complete ass. Thanks for getting mad. Got him, loser. I don't know if I got mad. I thought that was a pretty fucking level-headed response. I don't think he got me so much as like that's a pretty regular reaction. It's like if you set someone on fire and then they put water on themselves, you can't really be like, I got you to put water on yourself, because that seems like a natural reaction to what you did. Now, you can't really make me mad. I'm in a really good mood. I'm playing a video game and there's 178 people watching me do it, so there's not like a lot of shit that's gonna really piss me off. Besides that, I'm a pretty easygoing guy. which is not true at all. Okay, so I have the car key. Oh, why is that separating agent? You know, I've never actually used the separating agent. I'm not sure what that's for. We're not really here for gameplay, just late night stories. That's good because you're getting a lot of those. Where do I have to take the arm at? I don't remember. I wasn't listening to him because I was telling one of those late night stories. Evil Within 2 helped made Sebastian a more interesting character, and if they continue with him, I can see him being one of the best horror characters ever. I'm definitely willing to play the second one. Okay, so I have the crow key. That's like no good at all. All I got from all that work I just did was literally just that arm, and I don't think anybody in the chat, if you remember where to go at this point when you just got the arm, I would love to hear about it. You have a shaky voice? Really? I don't really think that's what I'm known for. I get a lot of like comments on my voice. Shaky's not one of them. Hey, you could be right though. Just stop. Your opinion is irrelevant here. Is it though? It's like my live stream. I feel like my opinion is probably the most relevant here. I don't have to read what you say in the chat, and that means nobody hears it. So like, I mean, if we're talking just rationally, my opinion is quite literally the only one that matters because it's the only one being broadcast to people over the internet. All right. I don't quite know where we're going, but I'm sure we're going to figure it out once we get there. Here it's 10:30 in the morning. A bit of Jared after waking up. Oh, you fucking lucky man. Little Jared in your cup. It's the best part of waking up. As a patron of your channel, that technically makes me partly your employer. Just play the game and don't. You know what? You're not wrong. Oh, gross. It got a little moldy in here. Yeah, I guess you're kind of right. You know what? Okay, so let's put it this way. I wouldn't say an employer. You are an investor. Like, let's say like a you sit on the board of investors. We'll put it that way. But you still Reddit loser. Yeah, I guess I choose to. But even then, it's like, I can give you my opinion. And then, like, let's say if you had this crazy killer rebuttal that, like, blew me out of the water, I just wouldn't read it, and then no one would know that you had it. Yo, all right, chill. Don't do that. You know what? I don't really feel like I need to kill you, because I could just go over here, right? I just don't remember where to go. Somebody in the chat will definitely remember it. After Arm, I think it's Lucas. Yeah, but I don't have the two cards that it takes to get into his area. Oh, the guy who said your opinion is irrelevant was talking to the troll? Oh, I thought that was him. My bad, man. Sorry about that. Normac95. That's my bad. I'm down for being called an investor. Yeah, see, that makes sense to me. I feel like that's a little more palatable. It's like, yo, this dude invests in Jared. You've been stuck on this one part for like 30 minutes. That is true. You're not lying there. To be fair, though, I'm bad at this game. So that's my excuse. Invest in these nuts. Fool, I've done invest in those nuts. We know that. So are we at the point now where those forearm things start coming out here? Because I'm not a fan of that. I think so. I heard that shit. Oh, it's all lit up now. So maybe I can. I thought I needed those 2 key cards, though. Let's find out. For the cards, you can go to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. But I don't have the snake key, though. I believe you need to head down to the area where you fought Jack. Okay, cool. Let's go down there. Oh, that's right. No, wait. No, do we have to? I think we have to get the head in the refrigerator. That's what it is. Heavily invested in Jared and getting nothing in return but some weird Silent Hill reviews. Yeah, that's just about how it is, actually. The pig is waiting for you in the dissection room, bitch. I feel like the bitch wasn't necessary at all. I still would have gotten the point of the message. I have not said bitch. The bed. Oh, yeah, I remember that, yeah. The liquor molded. Yeah, well, you know, they have like, you can kind of hear them. I really like this area. The trees are all moving and like, it just has this somber ambient feel to it. And what I like when the molded come out here is because you're used to this being a safe area. And I kind of like it when games fuck with your sense of what is safe and what isn't. Yo, we all saw that door close. Why did that happen? I'm not even fucking with that. I'm down for Weird Silent Hill reviews. I hope so, because that's like all I have to offer, really. I don't exactly have a lot else. Why would people come to this stream just to act like a twat? Really miserable? Yeah, probably. I used to work in retail. There's some people who just, they go somewhere looking to argue with people. I get it. It's not really a big deal. It doesn't bother me too much. It's not like, like I said, you'd have to try really fucking hard to hurt my feelings. When you've like lived in the world that I have, it's not, someone being mean to you on the internet's not going to really do too much. And even, okay, let's be fair though. In all reality, to give the devil his due, Antonio, that's your name? Yeah. You're not a landscape reviewer. How dare you? Yes, I fucking am. In his defense, when he was like, quit talking, play the game. I get that. Okay, so he's being a fucking asshole about it. There's no doubt about that. But in reality, the guy wants me to play the game. He clicked on a Resident Evil 7 stream, and he's not seeing Resident Evil 7 get played. Understandable. I get that. I get the way he feels. He probably could have handled himself a little more, I don't know, respectfully probably. You know what it is? I think I get a lot of confidence from just... It's weird. Okay, first off, I know that a molded comes through here. No, it's downstairs. It's downstairs. Hey, what's up, Grandma? I guess I get a lot of confidence from... people can talk to me however they want online. I have a pretty good track record of meeting up with someone face to face. They don't treat me that way. There's not a lot of people who would stare in the face of a 235-year-old fucking 235-pound, 35-year-old bald man who beats the shit out of people for money. Tell them to shut the fuck up and play a video game. It's just not the way it works. The internet is a very interesting medium in that sense. And the guy is more than in his right to express that feeling. And just call him a piece of shit and we'll move on. Oh shit, and I died. This is your fucking fault, Antonio. How dare Your Silent Hill reviews were the first thing to get me into Silent Hill. No fucking way. That is really cool to hear, actually. That is the reason I do shit like that. That is fucking cool to hear. And even made me buy them. Absolutely love those videos. So that's the second part that's really cool to hear, is the fact that you actually went out and spent your hard-earned money on some shit that I said was good. So that means that I've done a good job of describing it in a way that makes you attracted to it. That's cool as fuck. Yeah, you don't fuck with me. I'm 235 years old, motherfucker. Nah, if people want to play through with no commentary, they know where to look. Yeah, that is true, too. You're definitely right. He probably came in here just wanting to get a rise out of me, which he kind of did. Mission accomplished, right? Yeah, I recently joined your channel because of your retrospective videos, and I enjoyed all of them. Keep up the good work. Well, fuck, man. Thank you. I appreciate the hell out of it. Okay, so I will tell you this. Fuck. I know I can't say. Damn it. Okay, so I'm starting a new retrospective because I only have 2 more videos to make on the Silent Hill series. And that reminds me, I need to buy a PSTV. Fuck. As soon as I'm done with this, I got to buy a PSTV. So I have 2 more videos left in the Silent Hill series, and I want to start on a new series. And so we have 2 options. It is between Dead Space right now and Vampire the Masquerade. And I know both of those are going to get some Dead Series votes, but I've been promising the people on Patreon for the longest time that I'm going to let them decide the next one. So I'm going to put it to everybody on Patreon, see what they want. And you guys are going to get some fucking dope-ass shit regardless. Yo, Mr. Kill Jr. with $5. Thank you, man. Currently playing Gears of War 4 Spawn, killing dudes with shotgun while I listen to your stream. By the way, hope you move on to cover Dead Space next. Was that on purpose? Did you hear what I was just saying? Or is that just the coolest coincidence ever? You might get what you fucking... you might get what you wish for there. Dead Space. Yeah, I see everybody sends but Dead Space. But, I mean, come on. Vampire the Masquerade? Especially Redemption? Come on. That's a good time. I don't care who you are. Oh, chill. You can't jump, dude. You can't fucking jump. Okay, so who wants to bet I can kill this fool with a knife? One hit. Can I not hit you at all? Yo, come on. How am I missing? Oh, wait, I'm cornered. That's not good. I shouldn't do that. Watch me die right here. This is exactly what Antonio wants. Fatal Frame, please? Yeah, I get that a lot too. And I will, I promise, at some point cover Fatal Frame. I am super duper down for Fatal Frame. Because I haven't played the first game in so fucking long, I don't even know what to expect anymore, which is always really cool. I've never heard of that vampire game, but I'm interested now. Ooh, see, that right there is why I would want to make a Vampire the Masquerade retrospective for sure. Oh, you know what? And they're going to start spawning the molded inside that hallway again, aren't they? Ulysses with $2. Thank you, man. Vampire the Masquerade is more interesting. Do it. I tend to agree with you. You know, nothing against Dead Space. I love Dead Space. But it's just Vampire the Masquerade it has such a history behind it. Whereas Dead Space, I mean, think about it. Like, Dead Space is so good for what it is. But Dead Space, at the end of the day, is a AAA horror game. It's a really good AAA horror game. But Vampire the Masquerade has all this history and this fucking... Wait, what did I get? Oh, the snake. Oh, you fucking... What direction am I even facing? This is not going to end well for me. Let's do this. I'm not going to heal myself because I'd rather die than use any more health. Shit. Okay, I did it. Oh, he canceled me out of my fucking heal. Yo, alright. Speedrunning strats. I can just totally make it out of here. No problem, right? Just take a quick left through here. Got no health. We're doing fine. Okay, no. I wanted... That's locked. I want to go here and then through... No, not there. God damn it, Jared. This is a maze and I can't see. I guess it doesn't help this monitor has such fucking high black levels. Is this the stairway up? Fuck. No, I want to go... Where was that? Oh, he can follow me. Okay, that's cool. I don't want you to, but whatever. Where are you going to... When I go in here, what are you going to do? You're just going to crumble. Exactly. So fucking relax. Okay. So downstairs, there was a room that I could get into with a snake key. I know it. Have I ever played Rule of Rose? No, that and, oh, what's the other one? I always forget. I always confuse them for each other. I totally forget. Rule of Rose and Haunting Ground. I've played neither of those two, which seems crazy. VTM would be a more time-consuming undertaking, but, oh, for sure. So this is the way I feel. So it definitely would be more time-consuming because they're both RPGs. Oh, shit, we have a new member. David Figueroa, thanks so much, man. Welcome to the channel membership that I didn't think anybody would take advantage of, but I'm happy that I made it now. Have I seen the third RE movie already? I am in the middle of watching it right now, and I have a script that's like 25% done written on it. Honestly, guys, I totally forgot what the fuck I was talking. Okay, so yeah, the balancing act there, Vampire the Masquerade will only have 2 games I'll have to play. I'm not going to do any like tabletop campaigns or anything like that. I've never really gotten into that style of game. Nothing against it or anything. It's just not my cup of tea. But so there's only 2 games, which is good. That'll kind of save me time. But they're both like pretty long RPGs, so that's going to cost me time, which will probably end up being even with me playing a series that has like a lot of entries, you know? That's what I assume, and assumptions are always wrong. What? Is this where I fought Jack? Why the fuck would I want to go here? I've already been here. This means nothing to me. There was no reason to do this. Clay McGinnis, thanks, Jared. Just watched the first 15 minutes of Crow Zero and I'm hooked. Just got past the cringy opening song. Listen, okay, I'm going to tell you this right now, Clay. That cringy opening song will be the theme song to your fucking life when this movie is over, especially when it ends. I promise you. And then when the second one's... I genuinely wish that you guys could come to my fucking house and we could watch Crow Zero, because that's usually what I do when I'm talking to my friends and they haven't seen it. I'm like, come the fuck over on Saturday, we're watching it. I wish I could show it to you guys and just bask in the fucking beauty that is that movie. You're gonna fucking love it, Clay. Trust me. As someone who doesn't know you in any way, shape, or form, I just know that you're gonna love it. Vampire the Masquerade is a janky but ambitious mess. It absolutely is. That is a fucking fact. You know what? I am tired as... I got the craziest headache anyone has ever known before. They're going to write history books about my headache. So here's what we should do. Let's sit and catch up with chat for a little bit, and then I'm going to get out of here. I would never go to your house. You would steal my hair. I might do it. You might have got me there. You should stream it and we could watch it. Listen, I fucking would love to, but Twitch is copyright crazy right now. YouTube, obviously, I couldn't watch Crow Zero. I wish I was ballsy enough to pull some fucking shit like that one Scottish girl that watches Naruto episodes and just puts it on the internet like you're allowed to or something. I don't know. David Figueroa, Yo Avalanche Reviews, just wanted to drop a line to say, hey, thanks for your kick-ass work. You inspired me to play more SH games. Yes, fuck yeah. And start my own content creation journey. Yo, really? Well, I'll tell you what, David Figueroa, if you have Twitter, which I hope you do, get at me on Twitter, send me a DM. If you ever need any advice or, I don't know, if you ever need to know anything about the hardware involved in content creation or editing or programs or anything like that, just shoot me a line. I have like 3 or 4 people right now that I'm just, like I'll talk to, and they'll be like, hey, what editing program do you use? How do you accomplish this? Blah, 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 blah. And I'd love to help you out if you're starting your content creation. I feel like if I was the one who got you to start making content, it would be irresponsible for me not to keep up with it, right? Would you do a Dead Space retrospective? Phantos Moon? Yeah, we were just talking about it. It's either that or Vampire the Masquerade. I'm going to let my patrons decide. I was wondering what that is, but come here. Come up here. My cat was screaming at me from behind, and I had my headphones on, and I was like, there was someone in my house screaming right now. Come here, buddy. Say hi to the stream. Everybody, let's turn you this way. This is Rufus. Rufus is a badass motherfucker. He's named after Rufus Shinra. He's just as cutthroat. Message me if you need advice, unless it's about growing hair. This guy, well, technically, Antonio, I'm decent at growing hair, just on the wrong spot of the head. Yes, 100% would love that. I'm a dev by trade, but learning new shit is crazy. Yeah, absolutely. No, it definitely is. What I've been trying to do is making sure that people are at the very least aware of all the mistakes I made when I started. So you get to start instead of like here, maybe up here. You know what I mean? Just a little bump up. So yeah, I'll definitely help out if there's any way that I can. Does my cat take questions? I guess we could find out. Rufus, hey, you want to talk? He gave me a... So I think that's a yes. What are you doing, bud? You can't rub on everything. He's rubbing on my goddamn mic stand. Do you want pets that bad? What's the matter with you? I would want to. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble over it, though, since I have no idea how that would go. Yeah, here on YouTube. So I will say this: if this was like a streaming channel, not my main channel, I would just say fuck it and we'll take the band and watch Crow Zero. But you know, what music am I into these days? If that's for Rufus, he listens to what I listen to. But I've been getting into a lot of melodic, like instrumental djent, like not the algorithm. Modern Day Babylon has been really big. I really get into electronic stuff like the algorithm and Igor, Igorrr. Very good artist, super underrated. It's like death metal meets techno meets djent meets black metal. Very good stuff. Shiba says, you're a legend. Oh, thank you. And a personal idol of mine. Aw, you make me blush. Tonight I was thinking about beginning content creation, and the advice you just gave has made up my mind. The second I get a job again, I'm donating. Aw, thank you. Please don't feel like you have to donate, though. I will help you out if you need help with content creation, but just don't think that you need to exchange money for that. Or even if you're on here, so far we've had a lot of people super chat, and that's so fucking cool, and I appreciate the hell out of it, but don't ever feel like you have to. And especially if you're in a situation where you just got a new job and money's not super fluid, please don't feel like you need to give that to me. I would much rather you help out you and your family and feed yourself first, for sure. Rufus is absolutely adorable. You are absolutely right. Corporal Rufus, STARS member, recon specialist, Charlie Squad leader. He does have a lot of leadership qualities. I think you're right there. Take my advice. Don't be so shit at games. For the last 30 minutes, you kept dying. Play the game and not talk about your fat wife. That shows how much you know. My wife is fucking hot and skinny. So, unless we're talking about her ass. By the way, you could make a Discord and stream Crow Zero there. I didn't know you could do that. Oh shit. How many people can you have in a Discord watch party? Ulysses, dope smoker or sleep? Okay, so I don't get into a lot of stoner metal, to be honest with you. Sleep is probably the closest I get to stoner metal. You know what? That's not true. I like The Sword. The Sword is very stoner metal. Just curious, do you handwrite your scripts? No, I type them out in a Google Doc. That way, if I'm like out and about in town and I think of something, I can get on my phone and just add a quick note or something like that. Antonio, you keep saying Jesus stopped dying, but we haven't been playing the game for like fucking 15 minutes now. I don't know who you're talking about. Do you like Between the Buried and Me? I used to like Between the Buried and Me. I have an issue with that guy's voice for some reason. The music is really technical. The guitar playing is incredibly technical. I don't know. Something about his voice doesn't do it for me. Check out Parasite Eve by BMTH. BMTH released this week. Really good song with electronic vibes with some metal riffs. Also, the title might appeal to you. It definitely does. BMTH sounds fucking familiar, though. Like Behemoth, like the metal band? Do you think if RE8 was a separate game for the RE series, more people would be interested? What do you mean a separate game? Oh, you mean like a standalone title, not inside Resident Evil? I don't think so. You know what? No, I take that back. I think horror's kind of like on an uptick right now as far as video games go. So it might actually do well, especially if it had that same budget behind it. But I think if you're working at a company, you're less likely to throw money at a project with an unknown IP, like untested waters, How are you going to play a game and not play it? Like this. Check it out. I know you think you're getting me mad, but like you're getting more upset than I am, which is making me feel way better about it. So if anything, you're accomplishing the opposite of your goal, because like I'm super happy about this, but you're like pissed that I'm not playing the game. I'm having fun and you're not. So I mean, you don't have to be here in all fairness. Bro, shut up and play the game. Like, why? If you don't like that I'm not playing it, I mean, I hope you know that I'm not playing it now specifically to piss you off. So. Oh, Bring Me the Horizon. Okay. Okay, so I will say the only thing I know about Bring Me the Horizon was the old shit, like the early 2008 stuff. not a fan, but I have heard that they have kind of changed their sound a little bit. I'd be interested in checking it out. What are your thoughts, hopes, and predictions for RE8? I apologize if I've been asked 1,000 times. I have been asked a lot, but I totally get why. Like if you're the Resident Evil guy on YouTube, of course people are going to ask you that question. So it does not bother me. Don't worry. I am tentatively disappointed, and by that I mean I am erring on the side of saying neutral because I was down on RE7 and RE2 remake when they were announced and when they came out, and then I played both of them and fucking fell in love with them. So I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that's what's happening with RE8 essentially. So I haven't made a video or talked about The Village except for here on stream because I don't know enough, and I think it would be a video that would be proven wrong the next week as soon as information comes out, and B, I don't want to follow that information. If I make a video on it and I say something that maybe gets changed or disproven or announced, I don't want to have to follow that information afterwards because I'd like to do what I did with RE2 and 3 and just jump in blind, you know? Santa Dude. There you are, Jared. I was like, where did Mr. Sexy Pants go? Then I realized you turned traitor and went to YouTube. Oh, yeah, I haven't streamed on Twitch. I have a game that I wanted to stream on Twitch. I forgot what it was. We have to finish Clock Tower 3. I'll be back on Twitch, I promise you. I'm not done with it, I swear. Have you ever heard Dance with the Dead? I don't think so. No. Do I listen to Tool? I do. I like Tool. I find Tool to be not to insult you if you like Tool, but Tool is like the first step of technical music for me. Like if you're gonna listen to technical music, you start with Tool, and then maybe you move up to like Meshuggah, and then you move up to really technical stuff like, I don't know, Psyopus or fucking Psychroptic or who else is really technical? Cryptopsy. You know what I mean? Like you start there, and then you start listening to more technically driven polyrhythmic music with off timing signatures and stuff like that. Rain23, have you done a retrospective on Parasite Eve? I have good news for you, Rain. I absolutely have, and it was fun as fuck. B1SH1, hey, love your content and your handsome face. When is the next RE movie review? Greetings from Finland. Well, greetings to you, man. And like I was saying before, I have the third Resident Evil movie. I'm watching it currently, and I'm about 25% done with the script, so it's not going to be like crazy soon, but yeah, you're going to see one pretty soon. Bring Me the Horizon sounds very different now. They're mostly electronic rock with metal riffs here and there, but definitely a more experimental band. That's interesting. I'm down to listen to that, honestly, because those are a lot of the words that I get into with music. I love the RE2 remake, and I hope for a Code Veronica remake of the same caliber. You and me both, man. You and me both. Going to finish that movie. Hope you stream it again soon. If you watch that shit on Discord, you better tag me. Dude, oh fuck, I definitely will. I'm literally going to announce it on fucking YouTube. I feel like that's a good way to get copyright struck, right? Yeah, if I can watch Crow Zero on Discord with you guys, that's fucking heaven. No joke, that's fucking heaven. Black Dahlia Murder, yes. I used to love their early stuff. Ooh, Black Dahlia Murder's good. Dream Theater. So Dream Theater can be good. Dream Theater does tend to vary in quality for me. Some songs can be very melodic, but still super metallic and interesting. And then some songs are too melodic for me, if that makes any sense. Fantas Moon 69, you're a great YouTuber, bro. I admire you too. Thank you, bro. Great A+ on content. This 3 a.m. streaming is just the cherry on top. Yeah, you know what I've been doing lately is my sleep schedule's back to being shit. And I was sitting here working on a script, and I was like, man, I want to play a video game, but I don't want to like. When you're a content creator and you do stuff on video games and you play a video game just to play it, not cover it, you kind of feel like you're wasting a lot of effort, or like you're not putting that into the channel. So I figured, hey, you know, stream on here, have a good time. So I'm glad you guys are having fun, because this shit is fun as fuck for me, no joke. Fear Factory. Yeah, Fear Factory is definitely one of those steps on the list for sure. You're absolutely right. Thoughts on thrashish metal? I'm no aficionado on the genre, but I kind of like Rhapsody of Fire. Ooh, okay, so I'm so old. I remember back when they were just Rhapsody. I would say Rhapsody of Fire is more of your orchestra metal style, and Dragon Force closer to shred than thrash, I would say. But yeah, I love thrash. B, I love orchestra, and C, I love shred. I do not, however, like Dragon Force very much. I think they have a lot of trite riffs that are. He's a talented guitar player. I don't think he's a very clean guitar player. I've seen them live, and I just wasn't impressed. But there's better shred bands out there. Trust me. Cacophony. Oh, Paul Gilbert alone is just an incredible songwriter. Michelangelo Battio. There's some really good shred out there. Thoughts on Alien Isolation, my favorite horror game. So actually, the night before last, the stream talked me into buying Alien Isolation. So we will be playing it here on stream pretty soon. Shut the fuck up. Tammy Silverwolf, what the fuck are you doing? Hell yeah, what's up, girl? Dude, do you stream on Twitch? I never get notifications anymore. For the last 2 or 3 weeks, I haven't streamed anywhere at all. And just the other day, the day before yesterday, I streamed here on YouTube for the first time in like a month. So it's not just Twitch, it's just all over. To update you, Tammy, me and the wife might have COVID-19. She just got tested today, and we'll know in about 3 days. But a friend of ours tested positive for it, and we work out with him. And we both have intermittent, pretty bad headaches now. And we're having these like kind of dizzy, lightheaded spells. So we think we probably have COVID. If not, I've never had a sickness that made me lightheaded. So, but we were experiencing that for like 4 days, and we decided to look it up. And it turned out that, yeah, that's something that happens when you have COVID. So that sucks, but whatever. Are you into earlier days of prog, such as Yes or King Crimson? So I am actually kind of new to prog. I listen to... I don't listen to a lot of progressive stuff with vocals, like Tesseract and stuff like that. So there's a lot of progressive music that I haven't listened to. I would say probably the earliest stuff that I listened to that's super progressive would be like... Voivod from Canada. They were kind of really progressive. Symphony X had some kind of progressive tendencies in some of their songs. Like, what album was that? Fuck. V? I think V something was the name of the album. They had some progressive stuff on there, but I'm really not like super knowledgeable on the genre, so I don't know a lot of the older stuff. Heaven, is you shutting up, playing the game, and not dying? Fuck, you're bad at games. I can't be bad at games if I'm not playing them, Antonio. You have to pick your battles here. Like, if we're looking at a wall, you can't say I'm really bad at looking at this wall, because so far I've looked at it 100% of the time. Sam Bread, late night streams are better for me because I get to be a part of them. Hell yeah, man. 1:58 p.m. Fuck. Damn, we're on opposite sides of the world then, huh? Well, I'm happy you get to be a part, man. Your icon is familiar. Do I talk to you on Twitter a lot? Because that picture looks familiar. I could see your haircut and beard from here, and it looks familiar as fuck. Outpost 30 says, also greetings from Portugal. I absolutely love this channel, and for someone who has always been sort of scared of survival horror games, you have motivated me to... This has been the coolest stream ever, because people have said I've gotten them to buy like Silent Hill games and get into survival horror. Man, that's cool as fuck. That is really cool. I am happy to hear that. Thanks for the love, man. If you need footage for Silent Hill Book of Memories, hit me up. Would love to give you footage, in my personal opinion, all the help I can. Cop Fighter, dude, I would appreciate the hell out of that. But I will tell you this. What I'm looking for is to buy a PS TV so I could actually use it for PSP and Vita games. But what I want to do is install Sharpscale on there so that I can get Book of Memories at its original resolution and then upscale it from there. So I do appreciate that. I don't think I'm going to... I might have to just bite the bullet and spend the money on the PS TV. And to be totally honest with you, a lot of that comes from... I've never had one. I kind of want to tinker with it because I put custom firmware on my Vita and started playing... like backups of PSP games on it. It's gorgeous looking. So if I was not planning on getting a PS TV, I would just totally hit you up for that footage, no joke. Have I played Alien for the PS1? I don't think so. Is that the first person shoot? No, that was Alien Trilogy, I think. No, I don't think I have. Ugh. Oh shit, I hope you guys pull through okay. Oh, we'll be totally fine. Don't worry about us. We are young-ish. We're in our mid-30s. I'm in my mid-30s. She's in her early 30s, but we're healthy. We'll be totally fine. Don't worry about us. So on the bright side of possible quarantine, that means more streams, right? To be honest with you, I never had an excuse not to stream before because I haven't been back at my other job because they were shut down. So yes, it does mean that, but I might fuck up and not stream for like a few weeks like I've been doing. It just depends, you know. So on the bright side, oh no, I read that. I'm an idiot. Opeth fan? You know what? I don't. Okay, so I confuse Opeth and OTEP all the time. Which one has the female lead singer? I think OTEP has the female lead singer. Opeth is actually pretty heavy. I could be mixing that up, though. Whichever one has the female lead singer, I don't like as much. Tammy says, ah, shit, hoping you guys stay safe, drink plenty of water, and get plenty of electrolytes. I hope you guys are okay. Also, congrats on 180 watchers. Yeah, and I'm just sitting here in front of, like, I guess, you know what I should do is just move the mouse every once in a while to give the illusion of me actually playing a game and not just talking to chat. Yo, Xanadu, Sex Machine Gun, Heavy Metal Thunder. Fuck yeah. Nobody listens to that shit. Antonio wants me to move on from this area, so I'm going to get further into this area if I can. We've talked on Twitter a couple times. I'm the guy who sent you the pre-alpha demo. Oh, word. Okay, word. That's right. Okay, that's where I remember you from. Because in my DM... Okay. I'm good now. My memory is shit. I got a PS TV, but I won't mess with it. Yeah, I get that. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm a tinkerer. When I get something, I keep it pristine, like my PS3. I didn't put custom firmware on my PS3 for years. And around the time the PS4 came out, I was like, fuck it. Why not hack the PS3, you know? I'm doing the same thing with the PS TV. My Vita just got hacked like 4 months ago, and I've had it since launch. I hate how expensive our PS TVs have become. Yeah, they used to be fucking $30 online. I was going to buy one just for the fuck of it, and I fucked up. $18? Oh, you're lucky. You could get them at Walmart back in the day for $50, brand new. I screwed up so bad. Nick Fernandez. You know what? I've talked to you about this before with the Mercenaries 3DS review. I don't think I'll ever do it, honestly, man. The emulation side of things doesn't work very well, and I wouldn't feel good basing my whole opinion of a game on an emulated product. I guess I could play it on my 3DS, but then I would have to play it again to get footage. And this is going to sound so mean. I'm just not super interested in that Mercenaries. I don't even play the Mercenaries mode in other Resident Evil's games. I don't think I would enjoy a standalone Mercenary mode, to be honest with you. And I don't know. I kind of want to move on to different series and stuff. You know what I mean? It's 10 a.m. and I'm enjoying it. Well, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm having a good ass time, and it is, I don't know what time it is, but late as fuck comes to mind. If you need help with getting your PS TV jailbroken for better output, I can also help you. Just tell me where I can DM you. Would love to help as much as I could. Please, much greetings from Croatia. Well, fuck yeah, man. So, Cop Fighter, I have my Twitter. My DMs are open at Avalanche Jared, Jared. So if you want to shoot me a DM there, man, we could talk about whatever. Fuck yeah. Instead of remaking RE4, they should make Dino Crisis. I agree with you, but what I would like to do is, what we could do is, instead of making RE4, they should remake Code Veronica and then remake Dino Crisis, because that's where my real allegiance lies. Big Fizz with $5. Thank you, man. Love your content, bud. Well, I love your super chat. Thank you so much. I'm happy to provide a little bit of entertainment in what is a very weird time. Feel better, bro. Get some Z's. Gearing up for some fun COVID times in Texas over here. Yep. I think Florida's probably going to have to shut back down again because we've had like 9,000 cases in 4 days or something. So it was only a matter of time before I caught it, but I'm not really worried. I don't have any compounding health issues. I run at least 1.5 to 2 miles a day. I lift weights 6 days a week. I don't think it's going to be a huge issue for me. OTEP is Garbo? Okay, so it was OPEP that's good then. Okay, so I got it right. Hell yeah. Weird question, but out of curiosity, do you read messages in a random order or read them in order? Always wonder how streamers prefer to do it. I would love to tell you. I don't really know. I try to go down. So here's the thing with me. I have stupid ass dyslexia. It's very hard for me to read, so I have to pay a lot of attention. And what I do a lot of times is I can't keep my place. Like if I'm reading a book, you know how I'll read a sentence 3 times on accident because I haven't moved down to the next sentence. It has something to do with the way my brain works. It's stupid. But what I try to do is go down the list incrementally, and what I end up doing is skipping like 5 comments and being like, yeah, this is about where I was, right? I have a separate PS3 for custom firmware. That's smart thinking. You've been listening since the 90s? Oh man, so I got into Sex Machine Gun 2006-ish, around the time. You know what, I'll be honest, I got into them because they did that song for that robot game on the PS2, and I started listening to their shit. They're good as fuck though, for real. Damn, 20 pounds for PSTV. Yeah, I fucked up so hard. Literally, it was probably 2 years ago I could have gotten it for $30 on eBay. Thoughts on Cyberpunk 2077? It looks amazing. I will say I am more of a noir cyberpunk guy. I like the dark city streets, the steam coming up from the fucking the manhole covers and stuff. So this is a very bright game for me, but I still enjoy cyberpunk as an aesthetic. So I'm still down to watch it for sure. You don't live shit. That's crap. You didn't spell crap right. I corrected you. Boom. Flex on stream and I donate 600 Canadian dollars. What am I going to do with 60 American cents? Douche. I flex on stream all the time. I just don't do it for money. They should get the rights to Parasite Eve and make something great out of it. Oh, God. Imagine. Well, see, not even Squaresoft has the rights to Parasite Eve anymore, really. All the rights went back to the original author, which is why Third Birthday sucks so bad. Well, it's one of the many reasons why it sucks so bad. These little random streams from genuine great people is so memorable. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I know that it's common for, you know, the YouTuber thing to be like, oh, I love you guys. You're everything to me. You know, really and truly, I started this channel to kind of interact with people online a little more because for the longest time, you know, I was on my Facebook and I would talk to people that were here in my town or people that lived in Miami with me. And I wanted to talk to people about video games. And I have 2 or 3, maybe 4 friends that really hard get into video games, like all of us do here in the chat. But I wanted to start talking about video games. Specifically, I wanted to start figuring out what I think about them. And Silent Hill 3 has always been one of my favorite games. So when I made my channel, the whole goal was just to talk to you guys about Silent Hill 3 and see what you guys think. And then when you guys think something's like, oh, okay, maybe I'll start looking at this aspect of a game later. And stuff like this, just interacting with people, like this is fucking fun as shit for me. Like just sitting here, what the hell else am I going to do? I could watch a shitty Resident Evil movie and write a script, or I could sit here and just have an actual conversation with real people who have real ideas, thoughts, and, you know, or Antonio, who wants me to flex on stream and wants me to leave this room, which is why I will never leave it. Oh, Tammy. Yeah, exactly. Brokeback Seagal. Tammy's got the right idea. She knows what's up. Average Gamer 82 says, check Twitter DMs. Yeah, absolutely, I will. On another note, I'm a long distance runner. Ooh. And it's always been a good run when I've got Jared whispering RE retrospectives in my ear. Keep the cadence high. Fuck yeah. You know what's interesting about that, David, is I do that same thing when I run. I'll put on maybe Twin Perfect's The Real Silent Hill Experience or something like long form. So if I can provide that same service that I get from YouTube for one of you guys, that's about as good as it gets, no joke, honestly. Cap, stupid, I didn't say crap. That's not how I'm interpreting it. It looks like you're just covering up for a mistake there. drinking Maker's Mark 46 and loving that you're still up late with me. You know what's weird? I used to cook in a kitchen, and we would have Maker's Mark barbecue. So I am distinctly familiar, despite never having drank alcohol in my life. I could tell you right now what that Maker's Mark smells like, because I used to cook with it every day. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Silent Hill spiritual successor, The Medium? I know that parts of Team Silent are involved. If I'm thinking of the right project, that's interesting to me, and I will play it, and that'll be cool. I don't think they should have said the Silent Hill spiritual successor. I think they should have let the game come out and let people judge it. If it is, like if it feels like that, it comes across that way. I would like for them to let that speak for itself, but I'm interested to play it for sure. I am a little wary. I'm not sure that you can pull off that same feel again, but I will have my fingers crossed as hard as humanly possible. What are your thoughts? Oh, I already read that, idiot. I hope you and your wife are both okay. We're totally okay. The situation in Europe is kind of a mixed bag. Croatia opened the borders again, and people are getting infected again by the day, whilst the rest of the world is kind of a dumpster fire. Yeah, I mean, it was going to happen. We all knew the spikes was going to come up as soon as everybody de-quarantined again. Here in the U.S., there are a few cities that have gotten worse, but overall, I think that we're going to be through this in no time. For me and my wife personally, we're going to be totally fine, so you definitely don't have to worry about us. Have I ever punched a boulder during a workout? I haven't yet, but I'm working my way up to that point. We're getting there. Dude, play the fucking game. You're standing in a corner at 12 at night. Joke's on you, because it is later than that here. Jesus Christ. Craig Parrish, thank you so fucking much, man. What did I do to deserve that fucking incredibly generous... I don't know what to say, honestly. I talk a lot, and being at a loss for words is pretty insane. You guys, you're doing some fucking killer shit right now. It's really hard to stop me from talking. So man, if you can please leave this live stream up on the channel after it's done. I'd love to rewatch this and remember this damn fine night. I will do that for a little bit and leave it up. I will tell you this, Shibe, if you can get in touch with me on Twitter, DM me. I'm going to start downloading my streams and I have a separate stream YouTube channel. I'm going to start putting them on there because I'm still a little wary of how having really long, like 4-hour content that, don't get me wrong, 173 people watching me just talk shit is incredibly huge numbers. But if I release a video, let's say in the Resident Evil retrospective, and it gets like, I don't know, on the high side, like 70,000 views, and then I have a video that has like 1,000 views that's 4 hours long, the engagement actually goes down for my channel, and it makes it so that the next time I release a video, YouTube is less likely to put it in someone's mentions. So I'm going to put all the streams and archive them there. I just need to get off my ass and do it. And if you DM me on Twitter to remind me to do it, I will have to. And I will definitely put those up there. But I'll leave this up here for the next few days, if that's cool with you. What do I think about Siren? So the only thing I remember about the first Siren game is how weird it was that they stretched real pictures over textures. So that's all I remember. Then the sight jacking system was pretty cool. David's getting out of here. Have a good one, David. I appreciate the hell out of you coming by. Oh, wow. That sucks, Cop Fighter. You fucking COVID, lost your job in Germany, and now you have to go back to Croatia. That's shitty, dude. And I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to, like, flex on you or anything like that. I was just so lucky that I was working from home. I started doing YouTube full time, not, a substantial amount of time before COVID hit. I was just lucky enough that transfer was easy for me. That transition was easy for me. I feel for you, man. That sucks. It really does, dude. I hope shit gets better for you. Like I said, I foresee this thing clearing itself out relatively soon, honestly. What's your one rep max on, I don't know what OHP is. Overhead press. Sorry, I just figured that out. Deadlift and squats. Sam Bread. So I will tell you this. I don't really have, I don't do 1 rep maxes. I do working sets, but I'm able to max out with working sets. So deadlift I don't do. I'm worried about my back. I do stiff-legged deadlifts, but I don't like putting that much pressure on my back for that long of a period of time, and I'm not as confident in my form for those. But I can leg press. I think my working max, which means I can do at the very least 6 reps, is 1180 for leg press. I squat much lower than that. I think 380, maybe 400 if I'm feeling crazy strong. Shoulder press, like overhead shoulder press, 220, 110 dumbbells in each arm. And my chest press is fucking nothing. I've been stuck at 380 for my chest press, my flat bench for so long, and I've been wanting so hard to get into the fucking 400 club. 20 pounds is killing me. I've tried to earn some with video editing and Photoshop, but Tammy, you know how it is. People pay you in peanuts. Oh, that's terrible, dude. Dude, that's fucking shitty, man. I'm glad that you have a skill that you can use, though. I mean, like, I know you're not getting paid what you should be getting paid for it, but to have a skill like that, that's valuable. Hopefully, man, you get some fucking work that pays you what you're worth. Jaji, you inspired me to write a Silent Hill 2 review. It's already 20 pages long. Hope to upload it in a year or so. 20 pages. You got me beat by a lot, but I'm happy to fucking inspire in any way, shape, or form. Mr. Gohan Fate Team with $5. Awesome. You're still around, by the way, man. You're definitely my male role model. Oh, thank you. Such an amazing person. And any conversation I've had with you has been like a breath of fresh air. Well, I'm fucking absolutely happy to be that. I don't see myself in this positive light you guys see. And it's like double compliments when people say something nice. I don't see myself as an amazing person, but holy hell, is it crazy to be an amazing person in someone's eyes. So that's fucking killer. Am I talking kilos? No, pounds. What the fuck was that? There's this noise outside my house. What in the fuck is chest press? That is a flat bench chest press. Most people can't hit 3 plates, aka 315, but you hit 380. Antonio, I'm 325 pounds with like 12% body fat. What the fuck do you think? Yeah, that last 20-pound stretch is really hard. You have to train your bench almost religiously to get to the 400 club. I'm glad someone else knows about the 400 club at least. Yeah, that 20 pounds has been stuck. Honestly, no joke, for probably a year, I've been stuck at 380. I can't get above it. I know I could probably do some micro workouts to improve some of the smaller connective tissue with my chest, but I just fucking... I don't fuck with it enough. I need to, though. RTWS, I subscribe, watch all your videos, like the ones I really like, and yet still YouTube won't recommend your videos when I'm casually scrolling. Fuck YouTube. What's your Patreon? I thank you, man. My Patreon, it's just Avalanche Reviews. I don't know if I don't have one of those night bots that will like post it in the chat, but if you search Avalanche Reviews Patreon on Google, it'll be there for sure. Thank you. If you do want to support me, thank you. But like I said before, please don't feel like you have to. Even if you watch all my videos, and just don't feel like you have to give me money, because I don't want. I don't like. Again, I'm not trying to flex. I do well on YouTube, well enough. I think I do better on YouTube with my views than people who get twice the amount of views. And I think it has to do with people maybe watching my content a little longer than most people's content. So I do appreciate every cent that comes my way, but I don't want you guys to feel like, hey, I have to give this to him. He needs to eat or something. Like, your boy's eating, I promise. To Veers, Jared talked about TEW earlier. He's not a fan, but he's willing to give it a... Oh, The Evil Within. That's what, I was like, what the fuck is that? I hit 380 chest press. Guess who doesn't lift? Oh, guy who doesn't lift. I mean, I would have to lift to get to the 380, I would imagine. Jared, I'm off to fix my bot and maybe getting some more Persona remake. There's a Persona remake? Oh, maybe Persona 4 that you're talking about. The music is getting to me, though, so we'll see how far I get on. Oh, wait, are you talking about the Persona 1 remake on PSP? Yeah, I think, would they release, or they replaced a lot of the tracks with like J-pop or something? Most people can't lift how much you lift. Did I say that? Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, okay, I got you, Sheba. You're talking to Antonio. I'm not trying to flex, guy who hits 3. Someone legitimately asked me how much I hit for a chest press, though. I don't think that counts as flexing, does it? Like if someone says, hey, Jared, how much can you bench press? Then you tell them, are you flexing? I don't mean to sound like a creep, but I legit fall asleep to every RE game reviewed video like every night. So don't think that makes you sound like a creep, because legitimately I fall asleep to Zero Punctuation, Game Sack, and Grimbeard every night. I have like a playlist of those 3 artists, just the videos they have where the audio is like normalized so it doesn't go real loud or anything. So you don't seem like a creep at all. I do that shit all the time, don't worry. Oh. The more I watch this stream, the more I see how big of a soul he has. My mind is blown. You're one of the genuine and most kind streamers I've ever watched. Once I get my life fixed, you're getting a donation from me. Cop Fighter, I appreciate the hell out of that. But you make fucking sure that you've got some solid work and you can pay your bills before you give me any money, please. Thanks, Tammy. Oh, I didn't even think of it. Tammy's a Patreon supporter. She can fucking post that shit on there. Thanks, Tammy. Cop Fighter, bookmark this page. Hell yeah. You know what? Actually, that's probably the best thing you could do with YouTube, because there's people I subscribe to that I watch every single week that YouTube still won't put in my subscription feed. So that's probably the best way to do it, honestly. I listen to be Busta telling horror stories. Like Busta Rhymes? Who are we talking about here? Anytime I hear Busta, I think people are talking about Busta Rhymes for sure. Wait, I thought you weren't fond of Zero Punctuation. No, I actually love his work. I'm not fond of Yahtzee's like holier than thou, I'm so much smarter than everyone attitude. Especially someone who doesn't understand the definition of survival horror, speaking about survival horror games and then calling games that are like 3D action survival horror. That's my issue with Yahtzee, is he's like, oh, I'm such a literary genius. I am so eloquent with the words that I express. And then in reality, he has a base level of fucking, if you were born around the 1980s, you know as much about video games as Yahtzee does. But he acts like he's this genius with video games, and that is, in all fairness, though, it's part of his character. I don't know if that's his real personality, but I've seen him on shows and stuff. It seems to be that's his character. I find his reviews to be incredibly entertaining. I really do enjoy his take on games, but I think sometimes he's just kind of a piece of shit. Sometimes. I feel like probably I could hang out with Yahtzee and have a good time. I just don't like people who wear fedoras talking about intellectual concepts in video games instead of, I don't know, just relax and fucking have a good time with video games, maybe. He is a literary genius. Is he, though? I mean, what, doesn't he have like a bachelor's degree in fucking, I don't know. I have a bachelor's degree. Well, I will in like 4 months, but... you ever watch Sphere Hunter? She has a dope voice as well. She absolutely has one of the most like soothing voices I've ever listened to. And I do listen to her. She's a good friend of mine, actually. Well, I won't say, she's not a personal friend of mine. We talk on Twitter. I don't want to act like I'm out here fucking friends rubbing elbows with big ass content creators, because she's way bigger than me. But I don't want to brag, but I did provide a little Biohazard Gun Survivor 2 footage for her for a video. And, just putting it out there. Antonio, Antonio, why you gotta be an asshole like that? Leave her alone. He does have a way with words. You're absolutely right. He has a huge vocabulary, and I respect that about him. I just don't respect a lot of his opinions. I do respect some, though. Check out the YouTube channel Thor High Heels. Cool channel for obscure Japanese games. You're absolutely right. He has a killer channel. He's one of Grimbeard, and I'd probably say Jimmy Hoppa from Import Gaming for the win if he uploads anytime soon. Those are my 3 like up and coming YouTube channels. I will tell you this though, Thor High Heels is kind of a piece of shit as a person. His content is fucking incredible. His like the look of his videos, the artwork he puts in them, the games that he chooses, the way he presents them, perfect. I would recommend everybody watch that guy's content. He's just kind of a piece of shit. He had an argument with me on Twitter and like called me a little bitch. And I was like, dude, you're like a fucking little chubby guy. You're 4 foot tall. Don't fucking talk that shit with me, you know? Which, by the way, having an argument with me doesn't make you a piece of shit. I argue with people on Twitter all the time. They're my friends. I love arguing. But he took the argument to like oh, I'm going to insult you and you're a little bitch and all this shit. And I'm like, yo, like, I'm here talking about like statistics with you and you're talking shit like that. That's fucked. What's with survival horror reviewers having nice voices? Yeah, who else is there, though? Because Spear Hunter has a great voice. Who else does survival horror stuff that has a killer voice? Ragnar Rocks has a fucking really good voice, actually. I like his, you know what, his accent is killer, but I like the way that he pronounces words. Not just with his accent, just like, he has a fancy way of talking almost. I love it. D&D horror stories for sleeping. You know, I've never gotten into tabletop gaming or any content related to it. That's something I need to fix. I don't have an imagination. I can't do D&D, you know what I mean? Think you'd ever do an updated review of Cold Fear? Yes. Per Vertex, you read my fucking mind. I have every version of Cold Fear now, and your boy's updating that review real hard. Don't worry. That's real disappointing. No, but don't let that change your opinion of his content, though. It's like his character is what I have an issue with. I think what happened was Guy Seehee, the voice actor for James Sunderland in Silent Hill 2, apparently is a pretty far-right Republican, but not far-right in the sense that like he's racist or homophobic or anything like that. He's really understanding with that stuff. But when Thor High Heels found out that Guy Seehee voted for Trump, he said like something in the neighborhood like he's not going to play Silent Hill 2 anymore. He can't enjoy that guy's voice acting. And my argument was, agree or not on the politics side of things, it's pretty stupid not to enjoy someone's creative work because of their personal or political decisions. Like, for example, what's his fucking name? Famous actor. Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise is a Scientologist. I wholeheartedly disagree with the concept of organized religion, but good God, do I disagree with Scientology. I can still watch Tom Cruise's movies. You know what I mean? So he can't separate the artist from the politics. And okay, I get that, but I just said, guys, can we please not like destroy a man's career because he voted for a guy that a lot of people in the country voted for? I don't think that that's a contentious statement. Like, don't fucking cancel the guy's career because of his voting methods. Because, you know, if you ended up being on the other end of that spectrum and there was something that was politically unpopular that you wholeheartedly believed in, I doubt that you would want that same treatment for yourself, right? That was my point the entire way. He went off on me about how I was like part of the problem, and I was like, it's just oppressive. And what the fuck did he say? He said that like he made a claim that specifically Silent Hill was for outcasts like the LGBTQ, and I was like, Silent Hill is for anyone who enjoys horror games. You can't say that this is a game specifically owned by a certain corner of the internet or your social or sexual ideas. Like, that seems weird to me. But like I said before, this is an argument I had with him personally, and I wouldn't enjoy hanging out with him. I'd probably beat the fucking shit out of him because he's a little run. But what I don't like, he insulted me. That kind of pissed me off. But in reality, I watch every video he puts up and fuck. Yo, I was just talking about you, Jimmy, you son of a bitch. Don't just come. I just put you on a list of up-and-coming YouTubers. What's up, man? I forgot. This is around your hour, man. Yeah, it's stupid, but human beings love their tribalism. They really do. And I wasn't trying to be a dick to him. I was just like, you know, maybe don't ruin a guy's fucking... Or maybe don't feel like you need to avoid a guy's creative works because you don't agree with him. Guy Seehee did a crazy good job at voicing James Sunderland. I don't think... Honestly, the dude could walk out in the street and kill a man. I would not support that, but I would still enjoy his fucking work. You know what I mean? Speaking of Tom Cruise, what's your opinion on Edge of Tomorrow? You know, I never watched that. Video game-based narrative. I didn't know that was... I didn't know that, actually. Come on, I'm the coolest guy in Hong Kong and I still love Silent Hill. See, Jaji gets it. I don't know why people care so much these days about others' political stances. Things have been politicized to a point where it's hard not to. I'm not justifying people caring so much about it, but I could see if you were raised, let's say if you were in your formative years, 5 years ago, you were raised in a culture of everything must be political. And in school, they teach that things have to be political nowadays. It's coming from someone who's currently enrolled in college, I can promise you all they teach is personal politics there. And it doesn't matter if you don't agree with them. You can come out of that school with the impression that you have to be political with your personality. So I see why it's that way. I don't like it, but it's an understandable situation, I think. Up and coming, we started at the same time pretty much. No, yeah, not up and coming. I mean, as in like you have 10,000 subscribers, you're moving up, not like up and coming like you just started. Also, if I were you, I would tell people you just started, so 10K looks really fucking super good. I consider you up and coming. I'm up, and you know I'm coming, Jimmy. Oh, it was based on a manga. I might actually watch that now. Interesting. Have I ever heard of The Amazing Lucas? No. I don't think I have, no. My Twitter account, which I don't even use, is suspended. It seems I'll be hitting you up about the stream recording in some time from now. Yeah, honestly, if you want to start a new one, fuck it, just to chill. I mean, feel free to shoot me that message just so I remember to archive this stuff. Even though a full hour of it is going to be this corner right here because Antonio wants to shut up about it. No, I haven't played any game in VR, and I really want to, but I don't have. Okay, so I have enough money for VR technically, but all that money gets spent on building a new PC or, paying my bills or whatever. One day when I have enough disposable income and I bought all of the scalers that exist and all of the retro video stuff that exists and all of the ODEs and flashcards, I will probably get into VR. But other than that, I'm not like crazy. I'm interested in VR very tacitly. It's a lukewarm feeling, Tammy says, I think a lot of it is just human desire to have an other that they can feel righteous against. Well, yeah, I mean, part of having a belief is having someone to oppose with that belief. And growing up in the punk rock scene, nobody understands that more than me. If you get into hardcore punk rock, heavy metal, your entire self-identity is based on being against, the status quo. You're against, the 9-to-5 fucking wage slaves, and you're against like this moral majority with like the Christian right. So I get where they're coming from. I totally do. Sometimes I don't have as much sympathy for people who didn't do what I did, which was wise up and grow up and realize you live in the real world with people that will have dissenting opinions, and you kind of have to deal with that like an adult instead of canceling everybody. That's my thing. Oh, Edge of Tomorrow is based on the aspect of dying and respawning. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense actually. Are you going to fill the vacuum left by Dr. Disrespect? I don't know. I'm not going to cheat on my wife, so I don't think so. Jimmy says, you won't have to worry about falling out with friends, family over political ideas if you get up off your ass to make your way down to Japan. Yo, listen, like I said, man, I won't say a few months. I am very close. I think I'm like 3 classes away from that bachelor's degree, and my ass is applying to JET immediately. Sadly, if I do get JET, they'll put me out in fucking Inaka-ass country, but I'm gonna be coming up there to visit you, and then I will plan to hopefully live in the outskirts of Tokyo, and then I could just grab on, fucking get on the Shinkansen, come out and hang out with you. The Golden Bolt, I haven't heard of them either. Especially for game history and JRPGs. Oh, Resonant Arc. Okay, so Resonant Arc's good as fuck. I'm down with that. Antonio Hernandez. Is that a quote from me? Because I'm not 300 pounds. So that might be a miscommunication. And by miscommunication, I mean, I don't think you're really paying attention. Did you know Black Swan was based on... Ooh, I could see the... That is kind of analogous to... Huh. All right. Man, Perfect Blue, I remember as a teenager, that was like as deep as you got. I was like, oh, holy shit, have you seen Perfect Blue? That was like our fucking... If you were into anime, if you were a weeb in the 90s, like that was your fucking Citizen Kane. I have heard Half-Life Alyx is phenomenal. I don't know how well I would do interacting with VR. I might be one of those people that get sick from it. I hope not. Fingers crossed. I will give it a try one day. I think I've only ever actually used VR at like they had a little weird VR setup in Sega Joypolis in Odaiba. That must have been 5 years ago, maybe. Big Neptune. Jared, your channel was a gem of a find, man. Thank you. Watch your videos all the time when I lay down to go to bed. That voice, man. Absolutely happy to provide a little bit of rest for everybody. I do that same thing with other YouTubers, so it's only fair I give back to people who are sleeping, right? What am I getting my degree in? I was getting a degree in communication, which is a made-up degree. For some reason, that joke from The Simpsons, like, always sticks with me when that baseball player says, "Oh no, they shut down Major League Baseball," and the guy goes, "Well, you could always fall back on your career," and he starts crying, goes, "I have a communication degree." Yeah, so I was on the track for a communication degree, and I started taking a bunch of philosophy classes because I was interested in them, and I needed not extra credit, whatever that shit is that you get that's not required. Why can't I? It's getting late for me. Anyways, the point is, I found out that I was actually closer to a degree in integrated studies, which means I am not really getting a degree in anything. I just had so many different classes from so many different wide swaths of educational practices that they were like, we need to get you out of this fucking school. I will live on the outskirts of Tokyo. A guy who hits 380 on bench press. He nailed it. I mean, you got one right. I'm gonna give you credit where it's deserved. Jared sounds more reasonable on stream than he does in person. That is true. Anyway, you take it easy and tell Josine that she doesn't deserve me as her future husband. Oh no, future best friend. Why did I say husband? Are you trying to be my wife's husband? Because that's what I'm thinking now. Good luck applying for jobs, and let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Dude, of course. I'm going to get on. I might need I might need someone in country to vouch for me, and you know who that's going to be. It's going to be someone who looks Japanese. Fuck yeah, man. I'll talk to you later, dude. Have a good day at work, I assume you're probably going to go to right now. Nick says, how old am I? I am 35 years old this August. I like how realistic the psychology is in Perfect Blue. I just like the situation. It's such a, I wouldn't say mundane situation. It's kind of extraordinary, but it's something you hear about. Someone becomes famous, and like they show a really dark, interesting side of that. It's really cool. A lot of Khan's work really nails down the psychology of its protagonists. What else? What else have they done? I don't know if I know any of their other work. I like the animation. I don't know what animation house did it though. Paranoia Agent. You know, I never got into that. I didn't really give it a chance, to be honest. I have a very weird taste. I don't like anime with a lot of horror bends, but like Perfect Blue, I like realistic psychological thriller types. But I'm really into like Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, kind of political thrillers with like a lot of acronyms and government agencies thrown around and stuff. I get into that. Your boy just got his communication degree at 27. Oh, fuck, word. So at least I'm not the only one past his 20s getting degrees. That's good though, man. Fuck yeah. Personally, I'll be honest, I don't like the idea of getting a degree, and I wouldn't get one if I wasn't trying to get a visa in Japan. But if that's how you're bettering yourself, dude, more power to you. That's killer. Yeah, I don't know. I have a thing with college. I feel like you could spend a lot less money going to a trade school, and you can learn a trade that will pay you much more money, both in the short term and the long run. For example, my buddy literally went to school to repair AC systems here in Florida, and he fucking rolls in money, and I make nothing. Like, I mean, not nothing. Here on YouTube, I do well, but the key is I don't have to go out in the Florida heat and sweat. I get to stay in my house and fucking talk to you guys for 4 hours on end. House of the Dead / Typing of the Dead retrospective. I am so bad at typing. I've never. Oh no, I played Typing of the Dead at there was an arcade cabinet, a stand-up arcade cabinet with a keyboard in some really fucking weird back alley arcade in Nakano in Tokyo. Luis S says, "Hey Jared, just wanted to say that your content creators like you are doing a great job." Well, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Started working nights from home in March. Had a newborn in April. Congratulations on that. Fuck yeah. Life is busy, but I enjoy your videos given the time. Very fucking happy to give you a little respite from a newborn baby for sure. I'm going to be 28 this August, starting to feel that 1/3 crisis. You know what? I kind of started to feel that way, but I have this joke that I'm not responsible enough to be an adult, so I don't feel like one. I have gray coming in the beard pretty hard down the middle. I don't know. I've stayed active. You know, my joints aren't hurting me all the time. I still skate. I still fucking lift. I still go to shows, beat the shit out of people. So, dude, you're fine, man. Don't worry about it. You're good. Give it another watch. Be patient with it. I promise it hits the psychology more than you expect at first. Yeah, I probably only got 4 episodes in Paranoia Agent. I'll give it another shot for sure. I was a journeyman plumber. The problem is work comes and goes. Goes from 40 an hour to minimum wage on unemployment at the drop of a hat. I know what that's like. I used to install home theater systems for relatively wealthy people here in South Florida, and sometimes you would install a full home sound system and you'd be making mad money off of that project, and then you don't get any calls for like 2 weeks. So I've been there before. I know what that's like. It's shitty. Lone Wolf says, "Hey, Avalanche," and I say, "Hey," right back. Learn to cook. You'll make tolerable money for terrible work whenever you want. Ulysses, I have cooked before, and this is an accurate assessment of it. Oh, guys, I am sorry, but man, I gotta clock out. I'm tired as fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you though. This just sitting here and talking has been the funnest part of the stream. Mostly because I'm shit at fucking RE7, and it looks like we scared off Antonio. So, fucking 2 birds with 1 stone, right? And then people are coming in saying stars, so I'm missing out on that. For Christmas, I got Resident Evil Revelations 2. The game has a soft spot for me, and I almost platinumed it. Please acknowledge my comment. Hey, I acknowledged your comment. That worked out perfectly. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, though, now that I've acknowledged that comment. By the way, Revelations 2 is actually really good, so you were right in enjoying that game. What do I think of an RE4 remake? I don't think it's necessary, but I'm interested to see what they do. I think that there's a lot to improve, so it might be really fun. I think that's about it. Everybody, thanks for fucking hanging out. There's over 100 of you have just sat here and listened to me just babble on a microphone for like a fucking hour. And that is crazy. Get well. I will be 100% fine, so nobody worry about me. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. This has been incredibly cathartic. I was actually kind of in a bad mood just because of stuff going on Twitter, you know what I mean? And you just see shit that you hate, and then you get mad because you don't have anybody to talk to, and then you get on stream, boom, everything's good. I've logged an hour and I've watched this man stand in a corner for an hour. Yeah, that's because that one guy kept telling me to get out of the corner, so I kept getting closer to it. Guys, I appreciate the absolute shit out of this. Tammy, it was fucking awesome talking to you again, by the way. I will 100% be streaming again. I love all of you. Please make wise decisions, and don't drive drunk. Just don't drive drunk. There's no caveat to that. Just don't fucking do it. Everyone, take care. It has been an absolute blast. Thank you so much to anyone who super chatted. Hold on, let me make sure. Craig Parrish, $200, fucking insanity. And I know that there was $100 super chat. I don't remember your name. Thank you so fucking much. Everybody who's liked the stream, who's commented, given me something to talk about and someone to talk about it with. You guys are fucking incredible. Everyone have a good night. Please be safe.